of resilience, innovation, and impact. We have empowered businesses, uplifted communities, and helped build a future-ready nation. This
silent so that we don't have any disturbances when the speakers are speaking. Please settle down. We'll start very shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Phdcci Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I warmly welcome all of you to the 3rd National Logistics Summit. I'm Manisha Nair Dhawan, your host for the day. A gentle reminder one last time, if you could please put your phones on silent so that we don't have any ringers going off when our speakers are speaking. Now, this year's theme, Driving India's Growth, Smart, Sustainable Logistics for Export Competitiveness, underscores the critical role of logistics in enabling export competitiveness, sustainability, and economic growth. As India positions itself as a global manufacturing and export powerhouse, logistics efficiency has emerged as a decisive factor in enhancing export competitiveness. The 3rd National Logistics Summit focuses on how green, smart, and sustainable logistics solutions can drive export growth while aligning with India's climate commitments and digital ambitions. The summit will deliberate on building cost-efficient, technology-enabled, and environmentally responsible supply chains through multimodal integration, digital logistics platforms, green transport, sustainable warehousing, and cold chain modernization. By bringing together policymakers, industry leaders, logistics service providers, and technology innovators, the summit aims to chart actionable pathways for strengthening India's export ecosystem, reducing logistic cost, improving delivery reliability, and enabling Indian businesses, especially MSMEs, to compete effectively in global markets. I'm really excited to hear about the ideas that will make all of us proud of our Make in India legacy. Are you as excited to hear about the ideas that could come up today? Yes? Great. Please join me in welcoming on stage our esteemed dignitaries who will be joining us for the inaugural session. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome on stage Mr. Sagar Kadu, Director, Logistics, DPIIT. Please welcome Shri Samuel Praveen Kumar, Director, MNCP, Central Warehousing Corporation. Please welcome Shri Pratyush Kumar, Assistant Vice President, Infrastructure in West India. Please welcome Shri Anil Sayal, President, Save Express Private Limited, and Shri Naveen Seth, Deputy Secretary General, Phdcci. Please give a huge round of applause to our dignitaries on stage. Right, we just give a minute or two for our other dignitaries to join us on stage. We'll keep the proceedings going, and at the outset, I request all of you to please stand up for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
For the welcome address, please give a round of applause to our dignitaries coming up on stage. For the welcome address, I would request Shri Naveen Seth, Deputy Secretary General, Phdcci, to please address the audience. Please give a round of applause to Shri Naveen Seth.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So, on behalf of PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I welcome you all for this third National Logistics Summit with the theme Driving India's Growth, Green, Smart and Sustainable Logistics for Export Competitiveness. We thank Mr. Sagar Kuddu, Director Logistics DPIIT, for sparing his time and being with us today. Mr. Samuel Praveen Kumar, Director M&CP Central Warehousing Corporation, thank you very much, sir, for your time. And Mr. Anil Sayal, the President Safe Express Private Limited. Thank you very much, sir, for sparing your time. Friends from industry and media. A very good morning to all the distinguished dignitaries, policy makers, industry leaders, partners and delegates. On behalf of PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, it is my privilege to extend a warm welcome to each one of you to the third Logistics Summit 3.0 being held today at PhD House. The theme of this year's summit, Driving India's Growth, Green, Smart and Sustainable Logistics for Export Competitiveness, highlights the critical role of logistics as a catalyst for India's economic expansion, trade integration and global leadership. As India strengthens its position in global value chains, the logistics sector has emerged as a key enabler of cost efficiency, reliability and sustainability. Reducing logistic costs, embracing a digital and smart solutions and transitioning towards environmentally responsible supply chains are no longer choices. They are strategic imperatives and for enhancing export competitiveness and achieving long-term growth. The Government of India's visionary initiatives such as PM Gati National Master Plan, National Logistic Policy, ULIP, dedicated freight corridors and the focus on green logistics and multi-modal infrastructure have created a strong framework. The next phase demands effective coordination, technology adoption and active participation from industry to translate these policies into measurable outcomes. Today's summit brings together senior officials from the Government of India, key infrastructure and logistic authorities, industry leaders, exporters and technology providers. Through focused discussions, including sessions on logistic cost efficiency, green logistics, digital transformation and export facilitation, we aim to identify actionable pathways for building a resilient, future-ready logistics ecosystem. We sincerely thank our speakers, partners and stakeholders for their valuable support and commitment. Your insights will contribute significantly to shaping strategies that align economic growth with sustainability and innovation. Once again, a warm welcome to all of you, and I wish the third National Logistics Summit 3.0 every success and look forward to meaningful deliberations that will strengthen India's logistics backbone and advance its global competitiveness. Thank you, and I wish you a productive and engaging day ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Naveen ji. Now, to get a perspective on what is really happening in the industry, I would request Shri Anil Sayal, President Safe Express Private Limited, to please give the industry address. Please give a huge round of applause to Shri Anil Sayal.
Good morning to you all. I think there is no better time I can think of to be in logistics sector than when we are now in 2025. I remember a few years back, almost exactly 3 years back if I'm not wrong, the first time I heard India's finance minister talk about logistics in a budget speech. You know, I've been kind of following budget speeches for a very long while, but never in my living memory have I actually heard Indian finance minister in the parliament talking about budget speech and in which there was a discussion on logistics. And that was when in 2022, Honorable Minister of Finance Nirmala Sitharaman discussed about the national logistics policy for the first time. And effectively, ever since then, there have been a wide array of measures that the government has taken to address logistics as a conduit for the broader cost of logistics or ease of doing business to actually progress the country's economy going forward. So I chose today's discussion was about today's mandate for me at this moment is to give you a landscape of what is happening in India's logistics sector. So I've chosen about 5 key highlight points that come to my mind. And from the start, of course, as I mentioned, one very key aspect was that kind of clouds everybody's mind at this moment is measures taken by the government, the initiatives of government. Mr. Seth mentioned about national logistics policy, which of course is pivotal from at least one standpoint that kind of makes that mark very differentially, and that is that the endeavor for the government, that is the government has taken for themselves, the mandate that they've taken for themselves, the endeavor of the government is to reduce logistics cost of the country as perspective to the GDP by at the very bare minimum to a single digit number. Now that's the mandate. Lot many numbers have been floating around as to what is the cost of logistics to India's GDP. Varied numbers have been discussed at varied points in time. But the mandate in the national logistics policy is to bring it down to a single digit. That itself is a very clear self perspective that the government has taken, and of course a mandate for themselves. Of course, within which they've taken a wide array of messages or initiatives which will bring this cost down. So amongst a few other efforts, like also what you mentioned about the PM Gati Shakti logistics master or PM Gati Shakti master plan, national master plan for infrastructure. It was basically initially for logistics, which is now expanded in its goal and mission to a wide array of infrastructure projects, largely related to the logistics operation. So on one hand, what is very critical to see is, and there are a few others I'll talk about, but on one hand there are these government initiatives which are providing that foundation for the industry to step up and work in improving the efficiency, improving the operability of logistics, and becoming that larger conduit for a global economy that India has become. The second very key element that comes to my mind is the market growth projections. India has taken rapid growth over the last 10 years, close to now $4 trillion economy, and now, of course, also the 4th largest economy. The shift has, in logistics itself, the shift has now become from an informal, sector to a more structured logistics business. That's what, in my view, is the more underlying aspect of this entire sector. From what was about a few years earlier, close to about 10 years back, $120 billion sector, today is close to about $260 billion as per the NCAR report of India's logistics cost. Very nearly in the next about 3 years, it is set to be about $350 billion. So the growth of market in line with, while on one hand we are reducing the cost of logistics to the economy, but while in line with India's GDP, we are continuing to grow this sector phenomenally. And the third thing, the third aspect which comes to my mind very as a high level is the technological adoption of this sector. Logistics per se, to my mind, has always been at the forefront of some or the other nature of innovation. I have been part of one or the other logistics business over the last 3 decades, and I always remember having been putting in practice or putting in front logistics innovations in technology which have usually been ahead of even our clients most often. So logistics as a sector, logistics providers, service providers as a player in this business have always been investing heavily for technology. More recently, you'll realize, and possibly some of you have even used these, there have been technological adoptions which have gone from well beyond businesses to businesses to into businesses and governments as well. Most recently, I've seen, and we've used it very rampantly, things like ULIP, a unified logistics interface, which the government has created, where what has happened is we've been able to enhance transparency and visibility of movement of goods from one part of the country to another, and movement of documents into inter-government or inter-operations of not only departments but also private players. So if some of you have used ULIP, you will realize that the advantage, while government has created that foundational infrastructure, there is certainly much to gain by the users, not only by logistics service providers, but by logistics users. Because one foundational thing which is very critical in any logistics operation or a logistics supply chain operation is visibility, and ULIP provides us that. On another hand, so if I take the same spirit of technological adoption, another thing comes to mind is blockchain as an effort. When GST was getting implemented, there was one operation which was being converted, on a subtle manner to blockchain, and not many realize this effort. In such a transparent manner that it actually came through. If you're doing GST invoicing and you're raising e-way bill, the foundational structure of the e-way bill is basically built on blockchain. So there are three entities, whether it is the shipper or receiver, or for that matter the service provider who's moving the goods. The three parties move the documentation moves from one party to another through a blockchain transferred ledger operation. Now, this has been created by the government and enabled by the government for all private entities to use. Now, very rarely would you see efforts of this nature, which are so structurally transformational that logistics as a sector will start gaining as an entirety. It is not just a piecemeal effort of one corner or the other. On one hand is the government efforts, on the other hand is the private efforts, things like Industry 4.0, IoT of things, IoT of internet. These are efforts which have been created by sectors, private sector players in the logistics business, and all that has started to move. Logistics as a sector is something which continues to do more and more innovations. Technological adoption is one very pivotal one on that. The fourth major change that I see happening is on sustainability. While of course the grassroots of that, or maybe the green shoots of that, was from the genesis of all this was from EV adoption as a replacement for fossil fuels. And it of course works very well when you consider India, because it had at not very far long back, as last as about, to my recollection, say about 15-17 years back, our fuel import bill was close to about 13 to 14% of our GDP. Today, of course, is an abysmally low number. So that argument has gone away. So foundations of, or rather the genesis of all this was from replacement of fossil fuel, but now sustainability has caught on a very different level. EV adoption is something which has, of course, shown phenomenal results in the passenger passenger vehicles, whether it is two-wheelers or for more recent, the upswing has happened in four-wheeler passenger cars. But we as service providers have also started seeing some fairly reasonable traction in goods carriage. As movement happens towards longer haul operation or longer haul vehicles being allowed or being able to transition into EV, you will find fairly reasonable results on long haul vehicles also. But on the other hand, India, of course, as a country, has brought in fairly large investment into sustainable energy or renewable energy over the last about, to my understanding, about 8 years. We've added 50 gigawatt of powers. A lot of warehouses in the current last about 4-5 years, we've seen have the A-grade warehouses have started looking at renewable energy as the fuel for powering those gadgets inside or material handling equipment inside, and of course basic power. While all 4 of these elements have structurally enabled logistics in the last few years, the most reasonable, more recent one that I have seen or that I see happening is the global trade interlinkage. The global trade role, of course, in the perspective of the geopolitical risks that have come through because of the Gulf War, because of the Ukraine-Russia conflict, has not played out in the fuel side of the logistics aspect. The fuel, the current fuel price is, I think, still under $60 a barrel, despite all the conflicts, providing the impetus to see in case there was a possibility of fuel price rise. It hasn't really played out in the market as yet. But in the global trade role, there is also an aspect of nearshoring. There is also an aspect of China plus one, and India has kind of, in a way, offered itself as a stable role model or a stable hub of resilient supply chain capabilities. There are examples of iPhone having got moved into iPhone assemblies having got moved into India. Today we are exporting close to about $25 billion worth of iPhones from India itself. These are examples of global trade role of India having got shifted from not only China but from other countries which are at global risk. The reason this has happened is because India has shown continuous resilience in terms of neutrality, in terms of being able to provide itself as a good alternative to not only manufacturing but supply chain integration globally. One other thing which comes to my mind is which is something which is becoming beneficial, if I may use the word, for India's. All right. One really very important thing which has come in very importantly to the benefit of India as an economy is our current account deficit has started showing reasonable result to the improvement better. I'll have to pause here. There is our chief guest is already here. We'll have to move forward and rush things along. I'll take the next session possibly, and maybe in that we'll cover some of the balance things. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sayal, and we look forward to more of your analysis during the course of the day. Now, I'm privileged to introduce our special guest, Mr. Sagar Karu, Director Logistics, DPIIT. Mr. Karu currently works as a Director in Logistics Division, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. He is working on various initiatives of the Logistics Division under the National Logistics Policy and PM Gati Shakti with the objective of integrated development of logistics sector. He has vast experience spanning 20 years in shipping, port sector, logistics and supply chain. I request Mr. Sagar Karu to please give the special address. Please give a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Anil ji, Naveen ji, Samuel sir, Director CWC. In fact, the tone was very well said by Mr. Anil ji. citing the overall improvement in the logistics sector, as we are working closely on the beat national logistics policy or Gati Shakti. We are growing good in the terms of efficiency. I think we are far better what we used to be. Logistics cost again is very important. When we did the study of logistics cost assessment in India recently, just 2 months back, we released the report. We got a very good insights from that. In fact, when we rightly said as a GDP, we are not too high. We are already in the single digit. There were some perceptions. Having said that, I would like to emphasize the industry's demand. Like we are into the service sector, like we are service providers. When our customers, be it the industry or the exporters or importers, there is still some perceived gap in the logistics cost. Having said that, I mean to say the demand is growing, both from the consumers, both from the exporters, and we as a logistics service provider, both. I'm talking about the government and the industry, because logistics, we can't separate it purely a government functions, though my colleagues CWC or the Concor or SCI or the railway for that matter. So it's a collective responsibility. The demand is growing. There are reasons for that. The global trade is shifting. The dynamics of the trade is shifting. So the demand of the efficiency is growing. We are improving a lot, like in all the aspects of the logistics, be it a warehousing, be it EXIM sectors, port infrastructure, maritime development fund. The government new initiatives definitely are into that line, be it a shipbuilding fund, which is a 79,000 crores fund. So there are a lot of shipping related activities, be it the manufacturing or the flagging of ships, is being envisaged under the Amrit Kal Vision 2047. I think in next decade that will be very important. The global shipping focus, be it the manufacturing of containers or ship repair facility, again in aviation sector, we are strongly perceiving the MRO sector, for the airline. So there is lot of growth is happening. When I'll come back again on the logistics cost, as a GDP, when we said precisely 7.9% of the GDP, we found that for the big corporates, it was bit lower, below 5%. But for the MSME, we found that it's still high, 2 digit. And for the government of India, definitely our focus is towards supporting MSME, because there is what we know, the gap of current GDP or the 32 trillion if we need to achieve. I think we need to support more our MSME sector, the small sector industries, Laghu Udyog, e-commerce, small sectors. For them, there is still a lot of gap we need to cover. For them, we have seen the logistics cost is still high. The reasons, again, I would say the informal sector is still playing some part of the role. Definitely that has played a big role in the previous decades in the logistics sectors. But in today, I think we need to again cover that gap with a more integrated logistics sectors, so that the transition cost or handling cost in multimodality, or what we say inventory holding cost in between, or the cost of inefficiencies, the service providers are passing to the exporter or the MSMEs. I think that is one important sector we need to cover as a private sectors, both big players. We need to identify how we can, all this informal sector, we can bring it together. Be it like a CWC or the Concor, they are also coming heavily into the door-to-door deliveries, door-to-door transportation costs, covering bigger market, providing more services, definitely on the PPP mode. We are knowing railway is gearing up a lot. There are a lot of transformation is happening in the railway sector. As far as talking about the PM Gati Shakti and National Logistics Policy, I would like to assure our primary focus, though we are covered a lot on the infrastructure, but still that is a focus. We are working on the last mile, first mile connectivity. We are regularly interacting with the states or the service providers. We are working on the city logistics plan. As a logistics division, we have taken 20 cities in India for which the city logistics plan. So we have not left it to the states or the cities. So logistics division with the knowledge partners are working on the city logistics plan, because every city is different. So to cover that last mile, first mile gap, so we are working on that under the national logistics policy. Rightly said, I think we need to connect all the platform. Digitization is again an important part for us. ULIP, as mentioned, we have worked a lot. We have integrated 44 digital systems and the number is going up. Having said that, sir, ULIP, we are considering it to the next level. Beyond just the tracking and tracing, we are trying how we can develop that ULIP for more of the platform for the document trade. And again, it will be a public utility case, offering definitely, so that our small users, small sectors, MSMEs can use these digitized facilities, which are as of now is little deprived what we understand, because the ERP and the SAP softwares are majorly for the big players, big corporators are using for integrated supply chain. We are working on the policy initiatives to cover blockchain. The legal aspects are there. Be it a single window, both domestically as well as in the international market for the shipping related activities. We are working actively how we can have a more bilaterals with our international trade partners for the digitization of the document, more single windows, so that the cost on the paper, having covered the sustainability aspect also. So there are many things, like in fact he set a very good tone, but I'll stop here and look forward to interact in the next session again. Thank you.
Thank you for the address. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome on stage Shri Pratyush Kumar, Assistant Vice President Infrastructure Invest India. We're very happy to have him join us in the inaugural session. Please give him a round of applause and welcome him on stage. I would like to introduce Shri Samuel Praveen Kumar, Director, MNCP, Central Warehousing Corporation. He has multi-dimensional experience in the field of warehousing, logistics, supply chain, having served in the Central Warehousing Corporation since 1997 in various capabilities, including serving as a regional manager in Bhubaneswar, Bangalore, Hyderabad regions for about a decade. He also served as General Manager Commercial at CWC Corporate Office for about 2 years, looking after the operations of the corporation and actively contributing in project management and strategic decision making. For the special address, I request Shri Samuel Praveen Kumar to please address the audience. Please give him a round of applause.
Good morning, everybody. I'll start with a humorous phrase which we associate with the logistics industry. When we talk about the sector in our country, the industry says our logistics is very efficient, but the logistic costs are still exercising because they have not become lean and mean. Now, to add to it, the fact that some people very colloquially say, see, why should we actually run? We can walk, because we are able to afford to pay logistics costs which will make things run. And that is the status. Despite all the initiatives that we have taken, efforts that we have taken, I am not undermining the efforts that have been put in from the government side, from the trade, from the industry. But there is something that ails our system when we talk about logistics. We must also understand the fact that logistics is not merely transportation. It's a whole set of activities that make us enable right from the point of production to the point of consumption. Whole set of activities. It includes warehousing, aggregation, distribution, transportation, first mile delivery, last mile delivery. But then what is it that is ailing the system that despite all these initiatives we are not able to do it? Now when we talk about the growth of the industry or the growth of a particular sector, we have some drivers, growth drivers. Primarily the growth drivers are like the demand, supply, the infrastructure that has to support this industry. If we have seen in our country, the primary drivers of anything, be it infrastructure, be it logistics, be it technology, in my opinion, there are three primary drivers, and that actually has been driving our country: compulsion, competition, and convenience. I will give an example of each and everything that has actually transformed our country with an example. Now, when we talk about compulsion, we all know how the system of UPI, Unified Payments Interface, that we are today using, we are comfortable with making about millions, 600 million transactions. This started sometime in 2008 or 9 when conceptually somebody said that yes, through a mobile you can make a transaction. But when did it actually really take off? It took off only when we had demonetization in sometime in 2016. That was one watershed moment for UPI. But then later, when did the major kick come for the UPI? It was when COVID. People were scared of actually touching the currency notes. Now, this is how the transformation happens in our country. Example of compulsion. COVID. How did we actually overcome this, entire excess of 2 billion people getting vaccinated? Even the WHO was telling that for India, with a population of 1 crore adult population, if you have to vaccinate everybody twice, and with a booster dose, it will take about 10 years. But we have achieved that in 2 years, thanks to COVID. What did COVID do? Just connect everything. From the hospitals, vaccines, people, other authentication, everything. And then you keep track of where is the nearest hospital, when to go and get vaccinated. Things have been transformationally changed only when there has been compulsion. Now, there is also something called convenience for us. Why did we think of innovation through convenience? All of you must be using DigiYatra these days. DigiYatra is nothing but a convenient, thing that has come up because everywhere there is rush, and somebody who is actually, very clean and doesn't have any history of anything, doing anything wrong in the airports or something. My conduct is a certificate for myself. Why should I go and struggle in the queue? Give me a green channel. Authenticate me through my Aadhaar and let me in. Aadhaar authentication is now, beyond your attendance, beyond your DBT. You are using everywhere. So somebody has, got the inspiration. Yes, certainly we can use a DigiYatra. Okay, why only while walking into airport? When I am zooming in my car, I also need a facility, a technology that can allow me not to actually wait in the toll booth. So then the FASTag has come in. So these are all things that have driven, through convenience, we have innovated ourselves. We have transformed our technology. Then of course, competition. Competition always, is there. Logistics sector is not immune to competition. You have competition. Competition has bred technology. Just to give an example today, competition within and competition amongst our competitors. Take example of Apple. Why does it bring a iPhone every year? It is competing with itself. It says that yes, I can get a better version next year and I will name it iPhone 17. Business sense also. He will be charging more for that. So let us remember that all these 3 C's are going to drive innovation, technology, infrastructure, everything in our country. Now, there are some sectors where you don't have all the 3, but there are some sectors where you have all the 3. And my friends, for logistics, you have all the 3. You have compulsion, because globally, of course, I do agree with DPIT. They have made an effort to showcase in a report that it is 7.97. I mean, Sagar, with due respect to all the statistics and other things that you have come out with, but that is not a fact, because sector to sector it differs. The logistics sector, during COVID times was primarily driven by agri-logistics. Just imagine during COVID, I don't know how many of you are aware of Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana. 111 million tons of food grains was distributed to 80 crore beneficiaries free of cost during COVID. Otherwise, people would have died out of hunger rather than COVID. Now, that was a huge logistical nightmare which the government could achieve. How did it do it? Again, technology, integration. So, the logistical costs are there. In some sectors they are very high, in some sectors they are very low. But we must understand the fact that if we are going to have systems in bits and pieces, disintegrated, fragmented, we will not be able to achieve the desired results. In single digit for every commodity, if our logistics cost has to be 7 or 8%, then the efforts that we are today making aligned with the government policies. When you talk of government policies, of course, they have already mentioned speakers before me about the PM Phdcci. We have national logistics policy. You have the data bank for logistics, for the container traffic. And you have other initiatives also for the infrastructure. Government is building a multimodal logistics park. Government is building Bharatmala, Sagarmala, just to connect the road network, even the port-led development. Lot of policy initiatives. Even a GST reform is an initiative which is helping the logistics sector. But despite all these efforts, despite all the thrust given, there is something that is lacking, as a result of which we are still struggling when we come to global standards. Are we able to do that? Logistics sector is primarily driven by the private sector. Barring the food grain logistics, it's basically all the private sector. And even for CWC, Concor or other logistics companies which are there, largely we get the clientele from the private sector. Now then, what is it that we have to do as an industry or as a policy, despite having all the policy framework, despite having the compulsion, despite having the competition, despite having the need for making it convenient, ease of business? What should we do? And today the strategy is also towards green. The gentleman who spoke before me also said about the use of green energy, clean energy, because there is a question of sustainability. So what we should do is, in my opinion, in the social media what we do, we tag everything. This is a fashion today, that please tag me. Today after the conference is over, we'll say, sir, you post social media, tag me. So we also want to tag. What is the tag? Technology, integration. A is for automation and innovation, and green is for green energy. Now bring in synergy for all these three, tag it. In CWC, we are doing a sincere effort to do this tagging. We have come up with the smart warehousing for the EXIM, for the agri warehousing. We have integrated with other automation modules, inventory management. We have also connected with the digital public infrastructure that is available in the domain of Government of India, be it Vahan for the vehicles, be it Sarthi for the database of the drivers. So if we are able to tag this, let us tag our logistics sector in the days to come with green energy, clean energy, with automation, innovation, technology, and let us not do it in a fragmented manner. Build a DPI. Our country is a country of DPI. We have 80, 100 DPIs. So why not have a DPI for logistics also and develop that? And I am sure we will be able to make a difference surely as we move forward. And that phrase which we say, that logistics is efficient, the cost is not, certainly the cost also will be. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you to all our speakers of the inaugural session. Thank you so much for joining us. I request all of you to please take your seats off the stage, but I request you to please remain with us because we have a very special conversation coming up. I request all of you to please take your seats off the stage and do stay on for this very special conversation. Plus, we want to thank you for coming here as well. We have something for you, but we are saving some of that so that you can stay and listen to this very, very special conversation that is coming up. And we will just set the stage for this talk. In the interim, I will introduce the moderator for this session, Mr. Anil Sayar, President, Safe Express. You've heard him briefly. He's a professional turned entrepreneur and has spent 25 years in logistics, most of them as Safe Express. Anil is considered within Safe Express a retail supply chain expert, having worked with some of the largest apparel and retail supply chains, both domestic and MNC, as their partner. He is leading a team of logistics specialists managing some of the most intricate and complex supply chains of the companies that depend on Safe Express to handle their logistics requirements. We'll just remove some of the chairs so that there's less of distraction. And then I will hand it over to Mr. Sayal to introduce us to our very special guest and to take this conversation forward. Right. It's over to you, Mr. Sayal, for this very special conversation coming up.
So friends, I apologize for the brief delay that we've had in starting of this fireside chat. I have with me in this fireside chat Ms. Vandana Gurnani. She's Secretary Labour and Employment, our chief guest for the day. She represents the Ministry of Labour and Employment for the Government of India. Ma'am. Ma'am, I'm sorry for, I apologize for starting a little late, but I represent the express industry. So please be assured that I'll try and rush this through in as fine a manner as I can possibly. But for those who haven't really, the ignorant few of you who haven't really, read the papers very recently or haven't caught the news of late, the Government of India notified 4 labor codes as late as last month, and these were, if I may use the word, revolutionary in very many ways, as I can possibly. Ms. Gurnani, of course, has led this not only from the drafting side but also from kind of championing this cause for a very long while. And she'll, of course, give you a deep dive of this over the period. But I would like to take, before we start this chat, I'd like to, for the audience in general and otherwise, I'd like to, kind of give a landscape view of what has been in the offing. In no uncertain terms, I can definitely term these as the most revolutionary reforms in the labor sector for over the last 50 years. Labor codes, all 4 of them put together, have actually, can easily be called groundbreaking in very many ways. And the first one that I can think of is that it has actually subsumed more than 29 acts and have been brought down into 4 codes. For the uninitiated, a code in the legal parlance is called is a sweeping systemic way of absorbing multiple laws into one common structure. And that's what a code is, as against a law or an act. But just on the labor side, let me paint this picture for you, in the very broad landscape. In India, the population is about 145 crores. Working age population for us is about 65 odd crore. Employed of these is about 63 crores, and unemployed is about 3 to 4%, 2.5 crores. That's where the numbers are. So providing a legal framework for the 65 odd crore workable or working class or working age people between 15 to 60 is where this codes come in from. A little further in, I read a Niti Aayog report very recently. It was on the India's service. It was titled India's Service Sector: Insights on Employment Trends and State Level Dynamics. I'm trying to give you some excerpts from that report of Niti Aayog. The service sector employment, because we are today dealing with the logistics in this forum, so I'm kind of trying to slice this differently. So the service sector employment is about 30% of the 65 crore people I was telling you about. This the 18.5 crores, the 18.8 crores, the 30% of population. When you compare it to the global standard, the world average is about 50%, and a high income countries, this number is about 75%. So of these 18.8 crores, the self-employed are about 8.5 crores, which is basically either own or household employment, about split between about 90% and maybe 85% and 15%. Casual amongst these are about 8 million, and regular wages are about 10 crore. Another way of slicing this data is the urban part of the service employment is about 61%, and rural is the balance 39. Together, there are 7 sectors which are the leading 80% of the total employment in the service sector. Of these seven, of course, transportation is one of those, and that's the thing to write home about. Another way of slicing this data is that over the half of these service sector employees are employed by regular wages or salaried roles. This is highest across any of those service sectors that I spoke of, or highest amongst any of those 7 sectors that I was telling you about. But yet, the self-employment remains nearly as important and engaging, close to about 8.5 crores, about 45% of the total 18 odd crore. Transportation amongst these service sectors is one amongst the largest domain in which we employ close to about 2.2 crore as per the Government of India's data itself. Niti Aayog's report that I was referring to you about in October, released in October 2025, says the total employment in transport is about 2.64 crores. That is 14% of all service sectors. 1.46 crores of these, which is 53% of the total, is about self-employed, own account workers or working owners, if we may call them. About 9.5 million, about 35% of these are regular wages or salaried workers. About 3 million, which is about 11%, is casual labor. So if you get the gist of what I'm trying to say, there's a fair amount of self-employed workers within this mix. The total workers added between 2011 and 12 and 23-24 is about 6.9 million. That's the number of people we are adding in the service sector, specifically in the transportation sector itself. A sub-sectoral breakdown, in case I do, the transport sector itself is about 92% of this. Warehousing and storage is approximately about 6%, and about support services and postal is about 5%. This report, which I was referring about, Niti Aayog, it has suggested 4 unlocks. One, of course, is the first one is accelerating formalization and job security, of which you will see this initiative of labor codes having come through. The second one is, of course, bridging gender and rural gaps. The third unlock is leveraging technology, and the fourth one is fostering balanced regional growth. So I quote from a recent press release of the Government of India. By 2027, India's logistics sector would add 10 million jobs over the next 2 years. Now, with this landscape, I'd just like to dive into our discussion. And if I may pick, the first few minutes for yourself, ma'am, in case you can give us the background as to what the government's view of this and what the department has really thought about, while putting this all together. In case you can give me your opening remarks, and then I'll possibly dive
in. Many thanks, Anilji. So first of all, I think at the outset I should thank you for inviting me for this National Logistics Summit, because we do believe that this entire sector is one of the very important lifelines of the economy. And coming to the labor codes, you have set the context for it. But just to delve into the history a little bit, we had 29 labor laws, very complex ones, with differing definitions of something as basic as wage, as basic as worker, workman, employee. So there was a lot of complexity. So that was, one of the kind of historical backgrounds that I wanted to mention. The other was that many of these old laws were not suitable for the changes that are happening in the economy, especially in the world of work. So we have, as you have mentioned, a lot of different arrangements, flexible arrangements of work that have come up, including the gig and platform work. So these old acts were not in conformity or not suiting the requirement of the way the economy was rapidly changing and the nature of employment was rapidly changing. The history was that way back in 2005, the Law Commission had recommended that these 29 acts be simplified and coalesced into 4 to 5 codes around certain thematic areas. And starting 2011, there were long discussions, and as you would know, that when it comes to subject of labor and employment, we cannot do anything without consulting the important stakeholders. So there were long consultations, tripartite consultations with the industry, with the businesses, and also with the trade unions and the employees associations. And result of this, in 2019 and 20, these codes were enacted by the Parliament, and they have been made effective from November 21st of this year. And if we look at what the codes have, first, I think they are now fit for purpose in terms of what the current nature of employment is and what the economic growth is happening. The other two objectives of these codes are A, to provide enhanced welfare, enhanced safety, enhanced social security, guaranteed minimum wages to the workers, but also at the same time make sure that there is huge amount of compliance reduction. Because the earlier acts were very complex, had a lot of criminal provisions, there was the concept of labor inspector. So all that has now been completely changed under the new codes, and I'd like to speak about that because that is something that benefits the industry. So if I just give a few examples, the earlier acts required 8 different kinds of registration. Now there's going to be single registration. It required 4 different licenses. There's going to be 1 license. It required 31 returns to be filed. It is now 1 return to be filed. So it required some 87 odd registers to be maintained by businesses. That is down to 8. So it has come down to 10%. There were 87 criminal provisions in those previous codes, which attracted criminal penalties if there were violation of any of the labor laws. Now those have been reduced to 22, but within these 22 also 16 are compoundable, which means the criminal offense can be converted, the criminal liability can be converted into penalties and fine. And there are only 6 left which are non-compoundable, and those are the kind of offences where there is a criminal liability is there because of violation of safety standards, which leads to loss of life or limb. So those are still retained as criminal. What else is retained as criminal is not depositing the social security contributions of a worker if they have been deducted or if they have been collected from the worker. So this is a huge change. The other huge change is that the inspector will now be inspector cum facilitator, which is just not a slogan. The substantive provision is that if the labor machinery finds a certain violation in a particular establishment or business, they are supposed to give an improvement notice of 30 days, informing the business that this is what you need to change. Because a lot of time violations happen because of lack of knowledge and awareness about what the rules demand. So they would give a 30 days improvement notice. They are also supposed to guide the businesses in making sure that the compliances happen. So the entire thrust is actually on voluntary compliance. There are a whole lot of other provisions like increasing the threshold for retrenchment and layoff, providing the fixed term employment, the very thresholds for the application of the factories related regulations, contract labor, they've all been increased. So that it is not only easy for businesses to carry on their business, but also to be able to scale up and to expand the business. So that has been the broad thrust. For workers, there is universal minimum wage, mandatory appointment letters, universal social security, and there is enhancement of welfare and annual health checkups, etc. broadly. So it's a balance between trying to enhance worker welfare, which also one assumes will lead to higher productivity, higher retention, and also at the same time making sure that there is a whole lot of compliance reduction and the cost of compliance comes down, and these two together should fuel our march towards Viksit Bharat.
Grateful, ma'am. I have tons of questions, but let me start with something where you started. You very rightly mentioned that you used this opportunity to define some fresh definitions like gig workers, platform workers, which were, of course, back in the day were possibly concepts or phrases which were alien to the old concepts. But now, given the new definitions, you've actually brought them in. Gig workers is one. Of course, when I was studying, I really did not even know what gig work was. But then, now this is the norm. This is something new definitions have come in: platform work, platform worker, gig worker. The work and contract work is also has been redefined for that matter. Unorganized worker, which was earlier a different definition, I also saw there was a slight change in the unorganized workers definition also. But I, for a moment, want to step up this discussion to something more formal. There has been this recent initiative that the government did in the last few years, that was e-Shram. So where does e-Shram, kind of appear in, or where is e-Shram in all these codes for that matter? So what is the role of e-Shram in this?
E-Shram is extremely important. E-Shram actually was started during the COVID times, because there was some mention of the COVID times as part of the logistics work also. So e-Shram is a database where currently 31.4 crore unorganized workers, including the gig and platform workers, are registered, and they just need to register with an Aadhaar and a mobile number linked to the Aadhaar. That's all they need. They don't need to provide any documentation. Now, this database is going to be extremely useful going forward as one moves towards universal social security. Currently, the e-Shram is also a one-stop solution. It is linked up with 18 government schemes, ranging from the ration cards to housing schemes to the PMJ, the health insurance, Ayushman Bharat scheme. So there is a plethora of 18 schemes on which they can link up through e-Shram. However, as we move forward, if you see the code provides for universal social security. So currently social security is available only to the formal sector, whether it is ESIC or EPFO. Now the codes provide for the security to be provided, social security to be provided for unorganized workers, for which there is going to be a separate board, which will again be tripartite, with representation from, apart from government, the businesses as well as the trade unions and the employees themselves. And a fund would be set up which will get contributions from various sources, and this fund will be used to provide various social security measures, which could be cover for life, disability, maternity, health, etc. From this fund. And so e-Shram would be the starting point, because it's from here that the workers who are part of e-Shram, who are currently accessing 18 schemes, would be able to access the expanded number of schemes that come through the universal social security that the code brings in. So therefore, e-Shram is really at the center of this.
Great. Since you mentioned about social security, let me stay there. The social security code also refers to something about mandatory registration for unorganized work, gig work, platform work. For some kind of registration is required for availing this. There's a section around that. And since e-Shram already has, if not the same, maybe similar level of registration, does that transpose into this, or is there a different nature of registration a worker has to do?
That's the registration that is required, e-Shram. And I also, let me point out that it's very, very simple. They could do it on the website. They could also do it through a mobile app. And as I said, all they need is an Aadhaar and a mobile link to that Aadhaar. Increasingly, we are also using AI. So there is assistance available through AI to help somebody register on e-Shram. So it's a very, very simple process, and therefore, as a sector, if you have unorganized sector workers working with you, I think it would be important to encourage them to come on to e-Shram.
So as a unorganized worker, if I was an unorganized worker, for me to register, I'll have to go to the app and do it. I can't really move the e-Shram registration directly into the registration for the social security code, can I?
See, e-Shram is a database, and once they are on the database and their Aadhaar is available, the further social security schemes, as and when they get, there are currently 18 schemes which they can access, but when more schemes come in, they will be able to automatically access it through e-Shram, because it will be through the DBT mode.
No, so what I was actually referring to was this one, you mentioned about this 1 to 2% of the revenue being sidelined.
I did not mention that.
Sorry. Okay. The code mentions something about a certain percentage which has to be factored in, or which has to be pooled in as a social security fund by these organizations, and this will be used for the social security benefits of these unorganized workers, gig workers, and all. To avail this, is the e-shram code only going to be moved into the registration of these codes, or is there a different registration?
E-shram is not a code. E-shram is a portal on which people register. Now, when you mentioned that 1 to 2%, that is specifically for gig and platform
Correct.
workers, not for because the entire unorganized sector is way beyond
The gig and platform, yes.
workers.
Sorry.
So what the law says is that 1 to 2% of the turnover, aggregate turnover of the aggregators, that is, aggregators are typically for the platform workers, not for gig workers. So all the platform workers, whether it is Swiggy, Zomato, Ola and Uber, etc. So their 1 to 2% of the turnover, subject to a maximum of 5% of their payout to their platform workers, has to be deposited in the fund. So first the fund will be created. Now the fund is still not there, the fund will be set up. They deposit this money into a fund and they have to make sure that their workers get registered on eShram, which is a portal. So from eShram these benefits will be available.
Wonderful.
So currently, if I go into the detail, we have had a lot of discussion with the aggregators and they have given us some amount of data also of the gig and platform workers. In fact, currently about 8 lakh odd workers are on eShram and we are increasingly working with them to provide us more data. These 8 lakh workers will directly get it. We also need, for example, the code also says, especially for the platform workers, it also says that these benefits will be there only if it is sustained employment, because this nature of employment is very fluid. So only if somebody has worked for 90 days with one aggregator or 120 days with more than one aggregator, 2 or more aggregator in a year, then they are entitled to social security. So it's not like somebody comes and works for 1 day as a platform worker and can get the life insurance.
No, I'm glad you mentioned that, ma'am. My next question was around that only. Yeah. So maybe if you can clarify that. If I was whatever I've seen as a consumer, not as a gig worker myself, but what I saw or what we observe is that a gig worker is quite often employed with more than one platform or with more than one engagement with one or the other company.
Yes.
A fellow who's driving for an Ola could very well be driving for a Rapido or a Uber or something else for that matter. So that conundrum, has that been solved in some manner?
So that conundrum will now be solved with the code because the aggregators have to give the data of people working with them through an API. And that is where Aadhaar is important. There was some discussion about technology. So with the help of Aadhaar, we would be able to deduplicate. So for example, Uber system will link with eShram and give the data of everybody who has worked with them for 90 days or more. Similarly, an Ola will also give that data. Together we will know how many days that person has worked. So we have only this threshold that when a person has worked for 90 days with one aggregator or 120 days with multiple aggregators in a year, then that person is eligible to get the benefit of the social security schemes. So we will be able to pull this data through API onto eShram, deduplicate with the help of Aadhaar, and therefore we know which is that one individual which needs to be provided the social security, whether it's a pension scheme or it's an accident insurance scheme or any other scheme. So that is how it will run.
So just an inquisitive question as a counter question to that. When you say 90 days, it's 90 man days, or is it some amount of hours also will equivalent to day? So if I was working half day with an Ola or a half day with this thing?
If I remember correctly in the code, there is nothing that is prescribed. Even if I think they have done one trip or something like that, I don't remember the provision. I don't remember the provision.
So it will be part of the rules then?
It will be part of the code and the rules. It will be defined. So there will be no conundrum, let me assure you on that. That conundrum will be solved through technology.
I'm sure. Allow me to switch gears. I'll come to the transportation logistics sector. There's a very specific code on occupational safety, health and working conditions.
Yeah.
It is pretty, generally it is very well understood that as a transportation sector, we have close to about 2.2 crores employee in the country. And within that, there is a sizable amount of drivers and the unorganized worker or contract workers within this sphere. So there is a certain measure. There's a certain measure mentioned about there's a general shortage of drivers. Given there is a measure mentioned about number of hours that we can work in a day. Like, to my recollection, there is a mention about 5 days a week, 48 hours in a 48 hours in a week. 5 days a week work, 48 hours is the cumulative number. Now, I come from a trade where in transportation, drivers are already, in short supply. There's far more demand than supply. With limitation of work happening, there's no possibility of us trying to, overwork these drivers possibly. How does this work in the sense that, because there is already a shortage of drivers, and if there is a restriction of timelines, there's going to be a further shortage. Is there any measures that has been mentioned around overtime? How many hours one can do?
Let me clarify. So your sector was broadly covered under the Motor Vehicle Transport Workers Act.
Yes.
Which has now been subsumed under the Occupational Safety and Health Code. So broadly, in terms of timing, what the code says is that a normal working day would be 8 hours. The number of hours in the week would be 48 hours. And there is also flexibility provided in the codes and the upcoming rules where this can vary. So for example, if a person works for say 12 hours a day, what is required is that that person works for 4 days in a week and get the balance 3 days as a paid holiday. In those 3 days, if the worker is made to work, it is only with the consent, and even after 8 hours it is only with consent, and overtime kicks in.
Correct.
So it is not as if that there is no facility available to, even now the working hours are 9 hours, in fact they have been reduced to 8. Even now beyond 9 if somebody works, and now beyond 8 you have overtime. So that facility, that so there are two I would say safeguards for the worker. Their consent must be taken, and they must be provided overtime, which is at twice the normal rate of wages that they get. There is much more flexibility in terms of within those 48 hours fixing the number of hours per day, which was not there earlier. Now within the 48 hours one can work. Similarly, there's another change. The number of overtime hours earlier was restricted to 75 hours per quarter. Now that has been increased
I think 90.
That has been increased to 125, and many states have gone up to 144. And codes also empower, because especially for your sector, states are the appropriate authorities.
Correct.
They are empowered to even increase the number of overtime hours beyond this for overall or a class of industries. So that flexibility, there's a lot of flexibility given to the state governments henceforth to be able to fix these number of overtime hours that a person can work within a quarter, only with the consent of the person and with the overtime payment of twice the wages.
So I've spoken about the workers, the employees. I'll just take the last few minutes about businesses. What's in it for the businesses? I just want two small clarifications from the ESIC rules that I saw. The registration says that there is under 10, while 20 plus is mandatory. Under 10 you can go for voluntary. What happens to organizations which are between 11 to 20?
It's not 20. 20 was for EPFO and is for EPFO. For ESIC, even now, ESIC is mandatory for more than 10 workers.
10,
yes.
All right. Okay.
So there is again no confusion there. Less than 10 is voluntary. If the employer-employee agree, they can become part of ESIC. Also, if it's a hazardous industry, then even with one worker, ESIC is mandatory.
You mentioned, the last thing you mentioned about, the last of your opening note was about decriminalization of offences, compounding of offences, inspectors acting as facilitators going forward. I just wanted to specifically ask about, maybe some forum where, how does this one address and ask for a facilitator to come in? Is there a hand-holding process of compliance that comes in through these facilitators?
I think there is a very important point. So what I would like to mention here is that we are going to be doing capacity building of the machinery, us and the states, so that they perceive the role change. It has been done in the past also. We are continuing to do that training so that they understand their role as facilitator. There are regular forums and meetings which the Central Labour Commissioners and the State Labour Commissioners also do, in which the businesses can clarify if there are any concerns. As I said, it will play out through a improvement notice. I would also like to use this forum to call upon now Phdcci that since you have so many active members, please organize as many meetings, awareness workshops, etc. for your members. We would be happy to deploy our machinery so that they can explain what is in the codes and what is the facilitation that can be done. This effort of taking the message of the codes down, I think, should be a joint effort between the government and the industry. We are also working on a compliance handbook which will tell us what are the simplified compliances now. We will disseminate it physically as well as electronically, so that would also be available to you. But I think the more we are able to together carry this message to the last mile, where businesses also know that what is now required from them in terms of reduced compliances, and the labour machinery and businesses talk to each other, we will have a supportive environment. So I need to.
So I just need to
stop at 12. People have reached my office. They are waiting for me.
All right.
I'm
So I think
sorry.
we will. With this,
you had asked me to come at 11. I was here. You dot at
I
11.
apologize. So wonderful. I think we need to wrap this, given the brevity of time that we have in hand. So I must appreciate and thank you.
I'm available to clarify anything to you offline, and you can clarify to your members anytime.
Grateful. Grateful.
Thank you. Please give a round of applause to ma'am. We are grateful to her for coming here. I would request Mr. Naveen Seth, Deputy Secretary General ASSOCHAM, and Aparajita Mangotra, Director ASSOCHAM, to please, Phdcci, to please come up on stage and present our speakers with mementos. I request you to present a memento to Mr. Anil Sayal as well. Please give them a round of applause. I request all of you to please remain seated. We will continue with our program. Now for a very special address, I would like to invite on stage Shri Pratyush Kumar, Assistant Vice President Infrastructure, Invest India. He leads the infrastructure team at Invest India, the National Investment Promotion and Facilitation Agency of the Government of India, under the DPIIT, Ministry of Commerce and Industry. The team has the mandate for investment promotion and facilitation focused on construction, warehousing, shipping and railway sectors. Prior to joining Invest India, he was the CEO of a real estate company investing in grain-based ethanol production for Government of India's EBP program. He has worked with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, and the Government of Madhya Pradesh and Bihar on various projects related to urban development, policies, e-governance, and ICT initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause and welcome Shri Pratyush Kumar, Assistant Vice President Infrastructure, Invest India, on stage. I request him to please give the special address.
A very warm good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So as we are already running late, I will try to keep it as short as possible. Like I had a whole speech prepared for the event, but I will keep it short to what value add we do as Invest India in the entire logistics ecosystem. I see many stakeholders here whom we are already working with. So as you see that India is poised to become the third largest economy in the world by 2030 by reaching around $7.3 trillion with the current growth rate. So I'll try to explain what exactly in the broader sense, like a lot of terms were thrown, national logistics policy, Phdcci. So how exactly the policy framework works, what it has resulted into, and what is Invest India's role in the entire ecosystem? Where do we exactly intervene to help the industry to function seamlessly in the logistics ecosystem? So we know Ministry of Finance came with the National Infrastructure Pipeline back in 2020, around $1.4 trillion of pipeline from 2020 to 2025. So this is like the budgetary outlay for overall infrastructure development, be it at the center or the state level. Next comes the Phdcci, which is actually for the infrastructure planning. I mean, it has nothing to do directly with the industry, but it is government's own mechanism to develop a GIS-based platform for fast-track approvals and proper planning of the infrastructure development in the country. Next comes a thing called PMG, where Invest India has also been involved, which is called Project Monitoring Group. So once the budgetary outlay is there, the planning has been done. Next comes the execution and monitoring. So any project that is above $60 million worth is being monitored at the center level for removal of bottlenecks for efficient execution and monitoring. And then comes the financing institutions like NAPFID, which has like a target of lending portfolio of $48 billion by 2026. So this is how the government is trying to cater to the entire ecosystem, which has resulted in multiple things: the fourth largest rail network in the world, the second largest road network in the world. We have 12 industrial corridors being developed across the length and breadth of the country. Our ports, we have 800 plus projects with $67 billion worth. There are the construction industry, which of course includes warehousing, which is the growing sector with double percentage of CAGR. That is going to be around $1 trillion by 2030. So where exactly then we come in? So we are the National Investment Promotion and Facilitation Agency. Our agency's strategy is three-pronged. So first, we work in promoting public-private partnerships. So we have worked with, like earlier speakers were there from CWC. For example, we have worked with CWC for their asset monetization project, where we have brought industry feedback to the policymakers, and we have helped industry to actually participate and bid for such projects. So any feedback that you want to give to the policymakers or the authorities, we become the bridge to provide such feedback from the industry in an official channel manner. Next comes catering to the ecosystem in terms of manufacturing. So, under the Make in India, we try to support companies who cater to this ecosystem, as in, be it players in the warehousing automation, be it players who are manufacturing anything that goes into the infrastructure development. So we help them with policy interventions, we help them in interactions and facilitating meetings with the top stakeholders. We help them through understanding the ecosystem at the state level through land allocation, assessment, timely execution and approvals. So this is one body that works seamlessly from multilateral institutions to the central ministries and at the state level as well. And next comes the asset development. Like we work with warehousing developers wherever they need any support in terms of incentives, understanding the policy, getting land allocation on time for development of those assets. We have worked across the industry with all top major industrial parks and logistic parks developers. We have helped companies who manufacture in this ecosystem, and we have also helped the policy makers or the government bodies to actually promote PPP projects which cater to the logistics ecosystem. So I will keep this short. Maybe we can utilize this platform if you have any plans as a company to invest and you need the government support. We are the single point of contact for you to understand the ecosystem, to understand the opportunities, and actually help you to execute and ground those investments at the state level or at the central level. Thank you very much. That's it from my side.
Thank you for that address. We would like to present mementos to our speakers of the inaugural session, and I would like to invite them on stage. I request Shri Pratyush Kumar to please come up on stage, and I would request Aparajita to please come on stage to present the mementos to our guests from the inaugural session. So I request Shri Pratyush Kumar ji to please come up on stage, and I request Mr. Sagar Kadu to please come up on stage, and since Mr. Sanil Kumar has left, I request Ms. Shabdita Singh to please come up on stage to accept the memento on his behalf. Please give a round of applause. I request all of you to please gather for a group photograph. Thank you. Next, we have our first technical session, and we will just set up the stage for this session. I would like to introduce our moderator for this session, Mr. Arupendra Nath Malik, Associate Director, Terry Council for Business Sustainability. With over 24 years of professional experience, Mr. Malik leads interdisciplinary research teams to undertake varied initiatives pertaining to sustainable development and climate change for Indian businesses. Mr. Malik has led creation of multi-stakeholder coalitions on energy transition, net zero emissions, just transitions, and business action on sustainability. So please give a round of applause and welcome Mr. Arupendra Nath Malik on stage, our moderator for this session. Please give a round of applause and welcome our speakers for this session. Please welcome on stage Mr. Raman Sebastian Louis, Director, Service Business, Bamalori & Co. Please welcome Mr. Sarfaraz Khan, Vice President, Operations, Snowman Logistics Limited. Please welcome Mr. Manish PR, General Manager, New Business Projects and Planning, Central Warehousing Corporation, and Mr. Karthik Jalan, Founder and CEO, Indie Cold Private Limited. Please give all our speakers a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you, Phdcci Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Thank you so much, Aparajita ji and Dr. Jitendra Singh to have me here, host this stellar panel, and colleagues. We have a set of speakers who are practitioners in their respective organizations. spearheading, something that's an emerging area of importance, and that's cold chain. And how do we look at, the energy transition issues in cold chain? I am Arup, and I represent a 5-decade-old old organization, or I should say a 5-decade-old young organization that has been looking at the energy sustainability, the energy conservation. How do we look at integrate new energy solutions into into practices, into industries, and the council that that I represent is also a group of bright minds, innovators, and champions for sustainability. It's indeed heartening to actually see the issue of energy transitions and cold chain to form a central part of the 3.0 summit on national logistics by the Phdcci chambers. And as we look at some of the important areas of why cold chain is becoming such an important part of not just economic growth, but also in terms of attracting new investment, new capital, as well as helping India's broader vision to achieve net zero. Colleagues, mind you, the cold chain interventions and how do we reduce emissions from the cold chain, and the new infrastructure that is getting built in India as part of the the 2047 vision. How these new infrastructure can reduce the GHG emissions and help us achieve the net zero goal by 2070 is an important element, and today we will hear from a set of champions and practitioners on this side. I'll go first to Manish ji, who is from the Central Warehousing Corporation. Manish ji, the Central Warehousing Corporation is an important important organization that is providing reliable, cost-effective, value-added, integrated warehousing and logistics solutions in a socially responsible and environment-friendly manner. CWC is already playing an important role to ensure efficient warehousing, handling, and transportation of essential commodities, including food grains, pulses, cotton, groundnuts, etc. Given the twin challenge of food security as well as energy security, I think Manish, it would be very pertinent at this point for you to stage or set the context to elaborate some of the transformative efforts that CWC is taking in this initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Manish from CWC.
Morning, everyone. See, many of you have heard about CWC, Central Warehousing Corporation, and the first thought come to mind will be like a storage agency, what they will be doing in this sector, especially this cold storage facility. We actually started as a premier storage agency in India back in 1957, and coming forward to 2025, we have emerged a lot. Especially we started from merely storage for agriculture products, turned into container freight stations, then custom bonded warehousing, then grade A warehousing. Then we stepped into rail business. We have some rails, we purchased some rails. Now we are into end-to-end logistic service provider. And coming to our cold storage facility, we are a newborn baby, I can say, because around 1 year back only we started this project. Since Government of India wanted to create some cold storage facility in India, we also stepped into this project. Now talking about the food grain production and the storage services as well as the movement of stocks are concerned, there are two schemes in India, which is the PMGKY and PM ASHA. PMGKY is, as you know, it's an open-ended procurement policy for procurement of the food grain items. And this PM ASHA basically is in procurement of pulses and oilseeds. As far as production in India is concerned, last financial year we ranked the highest, like ever highest, 355 or 350 odd million metric tons was the total production of food grain, out of which 26 or 25 million tons was the pulses production. While coming to CWC, out of our 14 million tons capacity, around 4 million tons are used by this Food Corporation of India for the PM ASHA project only. And coming to the NAFED, for the pulses, NAFED and then NCCF, they are also utilizing around 2% of our total capacity. So all these products which are being produced or stored in India comes to CWC. Now coming to the logistics sector and then the steps taken by CWC for the upgradation of things. Nowadays we are using more of IoT based equipments. For example, in a godown, to understand the carbon emissions or to understand the humidity, we are using IoT based equipments installed in our godowns. So that the humidity as well as the infestation, if any, in the stocks can be easily understood and we can take the curative steps. On top of that, we in transportation, once it comes to transportation, we are using softwares called the transport management system, wherein anybody can log in and if they want to transport their item from one place to another, they can easily have a query with CWC. CWC will provide them the transportation services. These are all new things for CWC. Then we are coming up with the smart warehousing, wherein starting from the gate to the delivery, we are completely integrated the systems with the help of even our systems are embedded with Vahan, Sarathi applications of Government of India also. With this, the depositor or the party or the client who want to store or transport their product, they can have a tracking from starting to the end. So these facilities we are emerging, and latest, I can say the latest because last week I was into Jaipur. There we are doing a drone study. Using drones, how drones can be used in warehousing sector or for logistics sector, how it can improve the efficiency of warehousing company. That study also we are doing. In Jaipur one warehouse, we started as a pilot study. With the drones, we are planning to do the spraying of stocks, fumigation of stocks, counting of bags, then for surveillance also. All these systems CWC is integrating with our ERP system also, so that sitting in office we will be able to understand. Sitting in anywhere we will be able to understand what is happening where, how much stock is in move, how much stock is coming in, how much stock is going out, and who is moving it. There will be an accountability. Such things we are developing.
Thank you so much, Manishji, and it's interesting and enlightening for all of us, to see some of the initiatives of CWC, looking at the smart warehousing application, and plus how do we the monitoring through drones, and then integrating that with the ERP system. Next, we go to another leader in this space, Mr. Lewis from Babanel Lorry. Mr. Lewis, you are already operating, temperature-controlled warehouses equipped with softwares like SAP, WMS to optimize, warehouse operations. Manishji was reflected on the smart warehousing applications. Mr. Lewis, how is Babanel Lorry improving its energy efficiency and moving towards green and low emission technologies? Is something that would be interesting for all of us to know and learn.
Yeah. Good morning to all of you. And Babanel Lorry is a 160-year-old company, and we are into various businesses. We are into the manufacturing, we are into the service businesses, we are into the logistics, we are into the travel, we are into the manufacturing grease and lubricants, industrial packaging. So in fact we are such an old company that And this company has never made a loss in the last 160 years. And we come under the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. We have now got into the rail operations now, we have got into the 3PL operations. Every year we come up with some new businesses, we keep on adding. Temperature control warehouse business we started somewhere in 2017 when there was hardly any competitors that time. And now we have got around 7 locations. We are having the temperature control warehouse. And we have come up with the best of the technology, the best of the facility for the customers. We started off in Hyderabad, and we are, we are doing a lot of pharma companies there. In fact, during the COVID time, we were handling all the vaccines. The entire vaccines were being stored at our place. We are also having our vehicles, which we are running as giving an end-to-end solution to our customers. In fact, we are having all the facilities which is ammonia based, which reduces the cost. We are not into the HFC system, which is ammonia system is more environment friendly, and everywhere we have come with ammonia facility. And we are having solar installed in most of our facilities where we are able to have a lot of reduction in the cost because refrigeration in temperature control warehouse it accounts around 70%. So huge. So we are seeing where we can reduce the cost, and this savings can be passed on to the customers. In fact, we are into IoT, internet technology, where everything is we know where how the temperatures, each chambers, what is the temperatures being monitored, so that we could reduce the cost. And in fact, also we are having everywhere the LED fittings, so that that it saves around 60% of the electricity cost if we are having. So everywhere we have the LED, we have fixed up everywhere. We also optimize in defrosting cycles, that so that the ice formation doesn't happen, and so that the electricity is controlled. Also, we have the route optimization and the GPS integration on the vehicles, where again we know how the cargo is being moved, and then and the shortest way the cargo could be moved. So these are the few things what we are doing. And we are also, as Manish said, the drone, which we have also have started off. In fact, we have, it's a new system where we are also now we are now finalizing that we will be starting off with our warehouses on the drone system. Smart yard, as what he said, that we are already doing that. So these are the various things what we are doing, so that we could reduce the and have a saving for the electricity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. And from a 160-year-old organization, we moved to Mr. Sarfaraz Khan from Snowman Logistics, who have recently launched 2 state-of-the-art warehouses in Kolkata and in Krishnapatnam. Mr. Khan, I think if you could shed some more light on the kind of smart features, green features that you are integrating as part of the design process of your warehouses. Also, your reflection on the demand side. You're located in the high demand logistics corridor. How are you seeing the demand grow for perishable goods, and how the sustainable green warehousing has the potential to scale and make a difference?
So, thank you so much. Very good afternoon to all of you. Just to quickly update you about Snowman, just take 2 minutes. So, we are around 30 years old company, present across 14 states and 22 cities as of today. And coupled with our group company, which is called Gateway District Parks, and it owns around 50% stake in Snowman. Both are listed entities. That expands our reach to ICTs, CFSs, and we would be the largest private freight operators in specifically in the northern part of the country. So if you happen to see double stack trains running from Gadihar Saru or Pyala, 90% chances are that it would be carried on our rakes to Nhava Sheva. Thank you for asking these pertinent questions, and so as we evolve, and I must tell you that when we put a capex on the ground, especially for a cold chain perspective, it's a very high capex intensive investment, right? So there's a lot of thought behind where, when, and how the kind of design which we going to take, because once you build it, probably it's going to last for around 15 to 20 years, right? So what we saw today has to be able to meet the future kind of guidelines, right? And we all know that in not in Indian context, worldwide, global, on a sustainability perspective, efficiency perspective. So I'm very happy to say that Calcutta, which we have built, is one of the world-class infrastructure. And just to quote you, I'll not take the name, one of the largest FMCG's company CEO happened to see it, and he says very proudly that I haven't seen such a warehouse in Pan India. That goes on to say that we have invested a lot of, not only technologies, a lot of small bits and pieces where how we can make it more efficient, because ultimately the goal is that because it's a very high energy consumption sector also, right? So we use typically, we generate in fact 20% of our energy from our solar panels. So we are using the rooftops for ensuring that we reduce reliance on the fossil fuels. We are also getting into the designing aspects as to how to reduce the losses. So we have balloon shelters now in most of the new warehouses which are coming in to reduce the losses while loading and unloading. Right, we are going, most of warehouses would be going paperless now. So we would be doing away with all the, paperwork from the system itself. We have high-speed doors. We have changed our, take on the insulation width of those panels, because we see the index of heat going increase on a yearly basis. So what is relevant today may not be relevant after 10 years, right? So a lot of factors have gone into making these places. Krishnapatnam again is a coastal town, right? And on an organized sector level, if you see the number of warehouses which are coming up, I'm very happy to see there's a lot of changes among the, we have a panel, Mr. Karthik also on the board. And all of us agree that, unless until we have a very modern, efficient warehousing, especially in the cold chain sector, the consumer, which is for us is typically MSME or a small farmer, he cannot afford to lose those products, right? Especially when it is ready for exports, he cannot have any issues when he is exporting those products, and products are exported across in the country, and it goes and doesn't meet the standards when it reaches its destination. In our ways, we have been, very actively involved with the government in terms of redesigning the whole procedure as well as, infrastructure required for import-export as of today. We have been giving our inputs. We work very closely because since our expanse is both for domestic as well as export and imports. Having said that, to answer the second part of your question, we see a lot of headwinds in terms of the consumption pattern. The demand within the metros and the B metros have actually gone up very thing. We opened Lucknow around 1.5 years back, and we are planning second one there now. So So that's kind of demand generation is from even the B metros which has come up. We also see a lot of, we saw some tailwind because of geopolitical reasons, especially on the seafood side. Due to the tariffs and all that, we saw a lot of upheavals. We are hoping that it will stabilize over a period of time. But we see a robust growth on an annual CAGR basis. If I look at the dairy as well as the ice cream business, it would be taking off anywhere between 13 to 17 to 20% varied on the different sectors. Seafood grows an average of around 6 to 10%, depending on, again, on region to region basis. And we being present all across, if you look at our warehousing positioning, it's more like a mala. You see all across the country was. That we already achieved. Now we are getting deeper into the country now. So we're getting the heartlands. Like we have got now to 7 sisters. We are in Guwahati. We are present in Siliguri. And the demand is also generated by the awareness within consumers, right? Just your perspective, why cold chains become also very important from a consumer perspective is that whenever he picks up a box of chocolate or he picks up any frozen items, everybody looks at whether it's thawed or not thawed, right? So it is actually it's a reverse push also now for the industry. So I see a very, very healthy growth, and as a company we are very committed in terms of meeting the sustainability as well as ensuring that we are fully compliant with all the requirement for a cold temperature setups.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khan, and I think your perspectives and particularly your anecdote on how the consumer looks at the products is very, very insightful, and I think from this perspective I'll move to Mr. Karthik Jalan from Indicold Private Limited. And Karthik ji, the point that the earlier speakers were also making on the new infrastructure that is getting built and that is getting more smarter, more greener. You have always talked about the 3 degrees of change, and how a 3-degree increase in the temperature of the cold chains can significantly impact the footprint, the way efficiently a cold chain can operate. As part of the the solutions that you are working on, are you integrating this 3 degree of change? Are there challenges that you see that one should be aware about? And I don't want to take away the thunder from you to explain what is the 3 degree of change.
Thanks Anubji for having me here, and thanks everybody here. It's quite something to sit with a 160-year-old company, a 100-year-old company, then a 20-year-old company, because we are very young. We started in 2019 as Indicold, and we have been working out of Louis Sir's facility. We're currently working out of Phdcci's facility also in a location. So we work with the industry. We work in an asset-light model construct. We started off like an Airbnb, over the years gained confidence, and now are building leased out facilities. Typically on an asset-light model construct as on date, may change in the future, do not know. The idea of sustainability vis-a-vis infrastructure and cold chain is, I think, is a business case more than anything else. I know that everybody loves the environment and we want to leave a better one, but I think if we don't save money, neither of us really do anything about it. So having said that, I think solar is definitely cheaper than the electricity that we get from the government. So since solar is cheaper, then solar makes sense. If solar is not cheaper, it doesn't make sense. Typically, after 1 year of asset life, any solar player will come to you and will commit you to put in the infrastructure for you. And so it makes a lot of sense. You end up saving 2-3 rupees at least, or 2 rupees at the bare minimum per unit. And like Louis sir said that, you know, at the end of the day, electricity is a big component of the cost construct. So becoming energy efficient in every way, either increasing the puff panel size or putting on a heavy capex at the ghetto, you know, there are things that one can do. We at Indigold were thinking of how can we do this a little differently, and how can we think out of the box, and how do companies have been operating globally. I feel that Indian cold chain is still in class 1 right now. Like, we have graduated from class 0 to class 1 as in pre-nursery, but we are still in class 1. We haven't really graduated above that. Indian cold chain, majority of the 43 million metric ton out there is mezzanine infrastructure. Palletized is very less compared to what the demand out there is, and that is the transition that we are seeing. So if there are 2-3 facilities, mezzanine and palletized, the customer would want to go into the palletized construct, and they understand the value of it, they understand what it will bring them. So more than talking about new demand, I would say that existing demand wants to shift towards a more organized, modern warehousing construct. In that modern construct also, we feel that, and since we travel the world and see cold chain globally, we end up looking at automated infrastructure globally, and we have been, I would say, blessed by Bhagwanji to have done 2 automated warehouse. I think he was kind enough to give us the foresight to do it, and we got the guts at the right moment, and we initiated 2, I think we are the first 3PL in the country in dry or in cold to have done a automated warehouse for a third party out of a public warehouse kind of a facility construct. Both facilities have taught us a lot. One of the things that we have learned is making bigger rooms is more energy sustainable. Simple thing. I think a lot of infrastructure in India is the way the NCCD or the way the standards had been written in the past encouraged the people to make those small chambers. And I think we got lost in understanding how the energy efficiency comes when we just club 5-6 chambers together and make one big room. So a bigger room is more energy efficient. It's as simple as that, simple maths. So I think optimal designing on day one is the best way to be sustainable. Optimal designing from the point of view of what commodity you're looking to store, what purpose it is for, will help you save that extra money in that context on that asset. Second is definitely renewable energy and all of those constructs. Then comes in something unique which one can implement if it's an automated warehouse, is that you can pump in nitrogen inside a room, you can remove the oxygen out of the room, you can make it active fire prevention system, nitrogen is lighter, or how it will behave is different than from an oxygen molecule, so the heat load will reduce. So there are things that one can do which otherwise one was not aware of, I would say. Contextually, from a technology point of view, you can't do it in a regular warehouse. So there are those implementations that can happen. You can bring in AI into an automated warehouse as we go forward. That is something that we want to do. Currently we are not doing, but that is where we are heading, and we see that happening. I think implementation of a good TMS, Vahan Sarthi, ULIP, all of those aspects are government's interventions, which are fabulous interventions, and have definitely bringing in more and more visibility in the ecosystem. I think Terry has this very nice slogan, you know, what gets measured gets managed. I think the first step to doing anything in sustainability is to first measure what you're doing. And in that endeavor, what we did was we created a eco tracker app for ourselves, where we kind of are right now in the Griha conclave that I ended up attending 2-3 days back. I was suggesting that why don't you guys pitch that eco tracker app to your audience and stakeholders as well. It is just for recording manually what how much water you're using, how much electricity you're using, everything manually fed. Nothing, no sensor, no IoT, nothing jazzy about it, just a Excel sheet which makes it look fancy, and so that at least you can see in one glance on a dashboard what is your impact on the environment. And the moment we start measuring our impact is that, we start thinking about being more sustainable. So our endeavor internally currently is to start measuring what we are doing. Frankly, I don't think so we are there yet. So that is just started off. So having said that, solar and all of these things are business case scenarios which are anyways getting implemented. Over to you. And the 3 degrees of change, which I completely missed, so which was the question initially. So actually I'm part of this movement called the Move to -15 movement, which is bringing the temperature for stored products from -18 to -15. That is the 3 degrees of change Sir was talking about. That 3 degrees, 1 degree each brings a 10% cost efficiency in terms of construct on supply chain. Indian supply chain frankly is not ready for it. Even the Move to -15 team, I told them that you can use the forum to get other sustainability initiatives into the country. Indian cold chain is not currently ready for that from a customer point of view also and from a vendor point of view also, because having that cold chain across the board where we can assure and guarantee -15, oh boss, it's a big deal, because there is a drop that happens at the dock level. There is it's not practical. But even a 1 degree drop, say not 3 degrees, even a 1 degree drop from -18 to -17 can be a sea changer. But regulation in India is for -18. So a frozen food in FSSAI is termed as -18. I think that regulation needs to become smarter. It should give the freedom to the food manufacturer to decide what is the temperature which is correct for them. And then the food manufacturer can say, okay, my partner on supply chain is nice, is better. He can drop my temp by a degree. It is beneficial for him, beneficial for the ecosystem at large. That is something that definitely can happen. So globally, Nomad Foods has done a study in Europe. There is a retail chain in UK which has done a study, and these guys are now implementing -15 supply chains. In India, a lot of butter is stored at -18, -20. Actually, butter only needs -12. -18, -20 is not needed. There is a huge thesis on why -12 is more than enough. But because nobody believes that they will give -18, the supply chain manager will say कि okay यार -18 अगर बोलेंगे तो at least -12 तो रहेगा, तो that will happen. So I think that trust element, that deficit, I think it's slowly going out of the window, in the sense trust is becoming more by IoT devices, more tech coming into play. But again, the regulation has to become smarter to be more sustainable for that degree change to happen in India.
Thank you, Mr. Jalan, and I'm sure this has been insightful for all of you. I'm cognizant of the time, and for the second round of interventions by the panelists, I'll request the panelists to restrict that to 3 minutes, 3 minutes or so. I'll go to Manishji. Manishji, from all the speakers, we heard about the multiple times on the modernization of the cold chains. There is the customers are the existing legacy assets which are there. That also there is a need for us to look at how does those become efficient. Your perspectives on how CWC is spearheading this modernization process in the tier 1, tier 2 cities as well, and what are the kind of public-private partnership models that you are spearheading? Your thoughts in 3-4 minutes.
First of all, as per the asset monetization policy of Government of India, we identified around 77 locations throughout India, which is in tier 1 and tier 2 cities, for modernization of the warehouses. By that, what we were planning to earn more income from the existing facilities by modernizing that. Around 40 to 50% of income can be enhanced. Even Invest India people were there for supporting us in that endeavor. So it was based on a DBFOT model, design, build, finance, operate and transfer, and the tenure was for 45 years. So we successfully did that. Out of 77 locations, around 30 locations we have already handed over, remaining are in the process of handing over. So when we decided to go for the cold storage facilities, we identified 44 locations on pan-India basis with the help of Deloitte, because Deloitte was our consultant. They identified the locations on different, like for example in South, if you go to Andhra, then there for Chile, then for Himachal apple. Likewise, we identified the locations. Each location we identified the product which is available for cold storage, and we plan to go for the cold storage facility for the upgradation. Wherever we had the land, wherever we had the facility already in running, there we wanted to start the cold storage facility on a PPP model. Just like because we were successful in the DBFOT model, we thought this will be also a super success like that. So we came out to the market. After coming out to the market only, we understood that what is the scenario happening in the cold storage sector. To be frank, we came to the market 4 times by different modifications in our original tender. But finally what we understood is that being a government organization, we are supposed to abide by the government guidelines for this particular whatever construction or whatever projects we are doing. But our understanding about the cold storage facility or the way we want to move ahead was different from what the market was asking for. Even I had meeting with Mr. Karthik also. Sarfraz also knows about our tendering process, everything. Because the participation was lesser, because we thought the way we monetized our regular warehouse facility, we can monetize for cold storage also. So because it was a Niti Aayog guideline that we have to bring in the private money to our warehousing sector for starting the cold storage facilities. But there some of the issues were faced. For example, as per Act, we are bound by an Act, Warehousing Corporations Act. As per that Act, we cannot give our land on lease basis. Until unless we give somebody the land on lease basis, the other person will not get a loan or backup from the financial institutions for starting up a project. That was the biggest hurdle. Then we understood that there is government schemes like PM Sampada is there, PM Asha is there, wherein this government guarantee or funding will be given. For that also, even government guidelines when came in, like PM Sampada, there was provisions for PSUs also for apply for this cold storage, setting up of cold storage facility. But what happened there is that the loans or grants, whatever is given, will be based on a PAN card number. For example, if Central Warehousing Corporation want to develop a model, even on PPP model, and we want to support somebody, a third party, who is coming in to construct a warehouse to construct a cold storage in our premises, the government guideline says only for a single person can be given. For example, if I am supporting Mr. X who has come in and getting a loan for him for the development of a cold storage, if Mr. Y comes to me, he will not be able to avail that. This is another hurdle what we faced. So finally we have convinced even Niti Aayog also. Now we are planning to move ahead with, we will be building the facility and we will be giving it on somebody for operating, and later on the income sharing basis or whatever it is there, we are planning for that. Because see, in India the horticulture production is around 350 million metric tons, and the shortage will be around 1/3 of that. This 1/3, 30% to 33%, if we put together all the horticulture production of the nearby countries like Pakistan, Nepal, Bhutan, then our Sri Lanka also, their total production is not at all coming to 100 put together. So that much food grain or the eatable items we are wasting, horticulture products we are wasting in India. So there is a huge market. First we tried one method, now we understood what are the things to be modified. Accordingly we are modifying. Even I had meetings with Karthik also. Today also we were discussing that. I believe the step Central Warehousing Corporation is taking on this front will be a successful one. More private partners will come in. so that we can develop the PPP model on that.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Manish ji. And I now move to the other three panelists. And we'll start with Mr. Lewis, then we'll go to Mr. Sarfraz Khan, and then to Mr. Jalan. I think all of you have integrated sustainability, various components of sustainability in the overall cold chain and infrastructure pipeline that you are working on. There are many people in the audience who might be at the verge of making a decision. The Invest India team is also here. Any entrepreneur who is looking at to do an investment here, what has been the benefits in terms of operational efficiency, service delivery when you have integrated some of these sustainability features? I think your experience will speak volumes for the colleagues in the audience. Mr. Lewis.
Yeah, the sustainability is something which, in fact, we have a separate team who is under the board of directors. We have so many factories, we have so many facilities. So it's like there is a team who keeps having a review every quarterly, and then we come up with the new technologies, new ways of improvement. In fact, the temperature control warehouse, each time when we come up with a new facility, we come with a better design, better technology, because we learn from what we have done earlier, and then we come with the better methods when we come with the new facilities. And now we are having around 7 facilities, and then we are coming up with other locations also. Every year we are increasing our facility. Also the refrigerator vans, we have some numbers of refrigerator vans. So every year we are trying to increase our vans. So basically solar is something which we are doing everywhere in our facilities. The roof solar, so that the energy could be saved. Like earlier said, the ammonia, where we come with ammonia in all our locations. Then the LED lights. So these are how we are trying to see that we save energy. We do a lot of greenery all over our facilities. So this is how we're doing it. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Mr. Khan.
So coming forward, anyways, carbon accounting is going to set in, right? And so we are being little ahead of time, and we're trying to ensure that we have our carbon footprint mapped across all our geographies. That will give us an idea as to what has to be done in numbers, right? Apart from whatever we are doing, in terms of using, like sir said, solar, battery packs, technologies which we can have. Apart from that, using better efficiency machines, we have these central monitoring. We have a central command center now, tracking the gas leakages, etc. Because those are going to have a larger impact in terms of our. And so we're very, very focused in terms of sustainability, in terms of as we grow forward, because our responsibility also increases as we grow larger. So a few of those initiatives which I told you is in progress, and we are hopeful that going forward, whatever latest technologies which will be coming into the country, which can be adopted within our industry, and we shall be ensuring that we implement those.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Mr. Jalan.
Just to repeat the question, how does sustainability?
From your experience, some of the benefits that you have accrued, from the integrating green energy integrating automation? What are the operational efficiency, service delivery that you have realized, and which can serve as a lesson for new entrepreneurs sitting in the room?
Automation helps you become, on an energy efficiency point of view, around 30% more energy efficient, 30 to 40%, because it's just more, you use less space for storing more, so it is just logical there. On the other hand, sustainability is cool from a marketing point of view. It gets you customer eyeball these days, and everybody, I'm just telling you the reality of it. That's why we're sitting here and talking about it. It's the in thing. Having said that, it's definitely helps the balance sheet. Yeah, 2-3 rupees per unit on the solar side, it will help you. If you are running EVs, it is less of a headache. Diesel chori ka problem khatam ho jata hai. So the more EVs you run, it's actually better. It's more easier from a last mile driver maintenance and ethics point of view. So then you have diesel generators are moving towards now lithium battery generators and BSES systems, which are unheard of. I haven't seen any cold chain implement it as on date, but there are a lot of people coming to us and showing us that, we can do it for you. So if we remove a diesel generator altogether from a site, that could be something revolutionary. So I feel the great part about sustainability today is that it is commercially viable, and it is becoming more and more so. So definitely, if anybody is looking to build a business around that, a huge market is out there for you.
Thank you, Mr. Jalan, and I'm told that we have, completely, ran out of time. To conclude, colleagues, I think there is just one sentence that I would like to say: success breeds success. And what you see on the stage today are, are practitioners who have implemented green cold chain ecosystem, and I'm sure their experience, their learnings will be an inspiration for all of you, and for the chamber to take the learnings forward. Thank you, and have a great day ahead.
Please give a round of applause to all our speakers. I would request Aprajita Mangotra to please come up on the stage and present our speakers with mementos. We want to thank them for coming here and sharing their thoughts with the audience. I request you to please present a memento first to our moderator, Mr. Arupendra Nath Malik of Terry. A memento for Mr. Roman Sebastian Lewis of Barmer and Lorry. A memento for Mr. Sarfaraz Khan of Snowman Logistics. A memento for Mr. Manish BR of Central Warehousing Corporation. And a memento for Mr. Karthik Jalan of Indie Coal Private Limited. I request all of you to gather for a group photograph ahead of the tables. Thank you to all our speakers. I request you to please take your places off the stage. We've discussed cold chain and how we can promote efficiency, energy efficiency and sustainability in temperature controlled logistics. From there, we're going to move on to efficiencies in costs. So we have our second technical session where the topic is decoding logistics costs, strategies for efficiency and competitiveness. I would like to invite this on stage our moderator for this session. Please give a round of applause and welcome on stage Mr. Anil Syal, President Safe Express. Please give a round of applause and welcome on stage our panelist for this session, Dr. Poonam Munjal, Professor, National Council of Applied Economics Research, NCAER, Mr. Manu Chawla, Head Logistics GM, Domestic and Export, JK Tyres Industries Limited, and Mr. Sagar Kadu, Director, Logistics Division, DPIIT. Please give a round of applause and welcome our panelists for this session. Please welcome Mr. Deepak Kumar Subudhi, Vice President Supply Chain Management, RK Kabel Limited.
So without further ado, I'm going to take charge clearly fast enough because we seem to have found a schedule which is sitting between a very important discussion and your lunch hour. And we are going to try and squeeze this discussion in as little a time because we have some of our guests here want to move on for other engagements. To my mind, I don't think there is a bigger and more important session than this, in all of the sessions across today, because everything that we are doing is about how is it going to cost us in terms of logistics, and that as a constituent to the larger, revenues of a company and GDP of a country, both are equally and symbolically very relevant. Most importantly, if I may give you a background of what we'd like to cover today, is what constitutes as a logistics cost to a company and a GDP. That's the agenda. And then secondly, how do we break this down, not only in terms of what constitutes, but also bring it down. So I hope by the end of this session we'll have some distance covered in terms of discovering some of these. But before we dive in deep, I just want to start with an aspect which will possibly be relevant to some of those who've not really read these reports. Dr. Munjal represents NCAER. NCAER in the last, I believe 6 years, has done logistics cost study for India thrice over. First time in 2019, the second time in 2023, and most recently a couple of months back in 2025. The first report that they came out with was more of an academic research, which said that the cost of logistics, and I'm not going to steal your thunder, sorry, the cost of logistics to India is close to about 8.5% as against the presumed prevailing misconception that this was about 13-14% or whatever. But that was the first time NCAER challenged that number. 2023, they did this assessment once again with the help of ADB, and most recently under the aegis of DPIIT, they've done another study and more comprehensive one. In my personal opinion, this current one is the most robust benchmarking study that has been conducted. So I'll not take too much of time diving deeper. I'll leave this discussion for Dr. Munjal to explain to us as to what exactly were the key findings, what was the methodology behind this study, and the most recent one, if I may explain that. What was the methodology? What was the key findings? And most importantly, there were these highlight numbers that I don't want to reveal myself. I'm sure everybody knows, but still I'd like you to kind of explain where these numbers come from, as not only part of the GDP, but specifically in terms of the manufacturing side of the GDP and the agri side. So over to you, Dr. Munjal.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me here, and I'm also glad that I was part of this recent 2025 and 2023 study. So I can actually talk about it. So I think it is always interesting to validate or fact check the number which is floating around. So there was this 13%, 14% number which still a lot of people choose to mention. So that, I think that was the first this thing, trigger that why we need to estimate logistics cost, because that not that it was a flawed number, 13%, but it was based on a methodology which was perhaps not fit for certain countries like India, and India happened to be, we would like to believe the current numbers, and basis that, I would say that those numbers perhaps were not, those methods were not appropriate for Indian economy, and so was for many other economies. So if you see Indonesia and certain other South Korea countries, for them also that ANN based numbers were quite different from what they estimated later on based on their own numbers, own official data, and a lot of other data sources. So that number was based on a model which was built on the input kind of variables, and the control countries were the developed countries. So fitting a model which has control for developed countries on a developing country itself can bring out numbers which can be erroneous. So that is why we think that that model was not appropriate. Maybe we could still replicate that model with our own input variables, our own model or stuff. We may come out with a good number, but at least those numbers we have refuted in our previous report. So 2019 was based on a primary survey and also based on some secondary data. But it covered some major routes, and some insights were given on those major routes. That estimated logistics cost to be 8.1% to GDP. Then 2023, I think because 13% number still kept going around. So 2023 DPIIT wanted to, actually the purpose was to do a comprehensive study, but before that come up with some benchmark number based on whatever data are available. So it was a short kind of assessment based on only secondary data. So secondary data is actually supply and use table, which are published by Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. It was a very, I would say, a very tricky way to get the freight transport cost from complex matrix, which are supply and use tables, if you have seen those matrices. So we could very logically come out with at least the freight transportation cost, which is the major constituent of logistics cost. Yes, so at least on that number we were quite confident that this is coming out from government data, and very logically it is put in the supply and use table. So that was sorted. After that, storage and warehousing itself is given in National Account Statistics. We use that also. For the remaining about 20-25 to 30%, we assumed that this could be other costs, because we were not ready to do a primary survey at that point of time. So because it was a short assessment, so we kind of assumed that maybe the 30% is also there somewhere. So which is why the numbers which came out in 2019 report were 2023 report were in ranges. So not to be very accurate about those numbers, because based on only secondary data. So we said, okay, it will lie between 7.8 to 8.9%. So clearly we were very sure that it's not touching even a double digit number. Then came 2025, which was based on a primary survey, and primary survey from both demand side and supply side. So we interviewed industries to understand the variation across firm sizes, products that they deal in, and also the survey of logistics service providers to get the values of subcomponents of. So it was comprehensive in the sense that it was not just estimating the logistics cost, the value, its percent to GDP or output, but also getting into the details of the values of components, and further into the components, the subcomponents. So what is it that road transport cost will look like? What is fuel cost? What is toll cost? Etc. So that is why the study is quite comprehensive in its sense, but still based on the sample survey, we actually found out that the variation in logistics cost is so much, it depends on so many determinants that more focused studies should be done to get the insights on how the variation can be captured. So that's what the current study did. So it estimated the cost to be 7.9% to GDP, almost 8% to GDP. But then we also realized that comparing something as percent to GDP and do an international comparison itself is not a very good metric, because certain countries are more services sector dependent, certain countries are more manufacturing sector dependent, and if your base is entire GDP and your numerator is only cost which is incurred by only goods producing sectors, which is agri and manufacturing, right? The services sector, that is unnecessarily distorting the ratio. So, which is why we thought that we should rather present it as percent to output of non-services sector. With only transportable goods should be there in the denominator. So, if that is the case, we can track over time how are we. So that is one metric which can actually measure the efficiency of these sectors which use logistics services. So that was the purpose of reporting it as percent to output of non-services sector. And that number is 9.09, 9.1, yes, 9.1%. And through our primary survey, we have seen how it varies across firm sizes. For a smaller, micro type of unit, then this percent is very high, about 16% or something as percent of their output. Vis-a-vis a large industry like, over 250 crore or something turnover, for them it is quite lower, around 7 point something percent to their output. So at least this survey helped us in capturing this variation across firm sizes and across product groups. Yeah.
Since Sagar in his introduction already mentioned, there is, so in my personal view, this study has been the most comprehensive study that I have read, and most importantly, of course, it's a landmark report by all measures and means. Sagar also mentioned while in his introduction earlier in the morning about the various constituents of this report, which was for small sector, for medium sector. There's a differential number for larger corporates and so on and so forth. While I'll come to the corporate part with Deepak separately, but Sagar Saab, today you are representing DPIIT in this discussion, and in that stretch the government. So the agenda has been already set by the National Logistics Policy that we would like to reduce at the very bare minimum 5% of the logistics cost, or maybe bring it down to the single digit already. Now that it is already in single digit as per the logistics cost study, where do we go from here? And more importantly, what is the government doing in terms of measures and means to be able to achieve this logistics cost going further down? Can you throw some light as to what your views on this are?
Yeah, thank you, NLG. In fact, Madam already gave the brief overview of the study. Let me give a little more perspective from the government side and what went into that, doing this study. Of course, there was one of the the legacy figures which were floating into the market, but when we started and we did the industry discussions, the idea was to go beyond the logistics cost. If it is high or not, that was secondary. When we started the discussions, it was to have a perspective, have a deep dive into the sector, understand the logistics sector. What we found, there were some figures, some sectoral analysis or some regional analysis or some international analysis based on some secondary or tertiary data, and which were giving some figures. So the idea was to do a comprehensive study, understand the sector, understand the regional variations, and that was the main purpose. Of course, when we arrived at the figure, the systematic way with the SUT tables, the RBI data, the primary survey, we did the regional 4,000 odd, one-to-one interviews, the surveys. It gives some figures definitely that our logistics sector is not so bad, what is being pursued. The cost which is pursued, 15%, is beyond imaginary. It is not sustainable. So we gave a strong message that our logistics sector or the industry has actually improved. Of course, then we understand there are some gaps into the overall sectors, there are variations. Sector-wise, there are incompetencies into the market, there are business practices which is driving this, variation in the logistics cost. Some sectors definitely have a 2-digit cost. Some regions have, some sectors are less than 5%. Some regions are having less than 5% logistics cost. So we did analysis from the policy angle, where we need to go ahead, where we stand. So where we need to go ahead, so it was better, it was very important to understand where we stand today. I think so we got that little bit ground.
As the old adage in management goes, if you want to manage something, first measure it.
Yes.
So you've actually captured that.
That was
first.
the main idea.
So you measured it now. Now you want to move.
Yeah,
move
and it's not only the DPIT or to give us a message. My other ministries, railway, the MORTH, civil aviations, they also got the insights. The sectors also got the insight. There are service providers, they also got the insight. So they actually did a good job together with the industry. We covered lot of aspects. 2-3 things I just want to bring it. When we say logistics cost, again the definition is very important. Loosely in the Indian segment, we cover the cost of doing business also. If for the commercial reason, there are some sectors, they are holding the inventories for 3 months. That is being added to the logistics as a cost, which may not be truly if it is for some commercial reasons. Definitely there are some inventory, logistics inventory, we understood how it has to be done. We again understood, we say multimodal is the way forward, but we found in India multimodalism is adding a cost. Possibly a single mode road is sometimes is giving a cheaper result. That's actually a good perspective for learning us. And if we want to go multimodal, I think what we need to do, that we understand, what if we need to shift, we need to achieve that modal share from road to rail or some other sectors or inland waterways, we understand. It's not so easy. There are aspects we need to work on that, be it a government, be it a private sector. There are some compliances costs, we understood that. We need to reduce that. We need to focus more on the trade facilitation. We need to more digitization. The informal sectors needs to go. There is a learning for the private sector also. There is a market available. With the MSME small sector, I think the private sector service providers needs to devise a specific products, possibly to target the sectors which are having actually the high logistics cost, and it's there. It's not, we are not saying as a small sectors, they definitely needs to have a better facilities. For them, there is a cost of finance also. Even there is a borrowing cost of the logistics services. In some sectors, still it's going on the credit terms beyond 30 days, 60 days.
I like this idea that you've, the way you've actually enumerated this, in the sense that first we've been able to size up this issue in the sense, okay, this is what it is. This report, by the way, comes very beautifully, or kind of dissects very beautifully the idea of what constitutes the logistics cost, how much percentage of that goes into transportation, how much percentage of that goes into storage and warehousing, how much of it goes into MHE or storage and such kind of thing. So I think that part is very admirable. And you also are saying that, okay, once now that you've sized it up, now you're considering ways and means to try and bring this down further, no matter where it stands, but you want to try and
rationalize and optimize. So instead of saying we want to reduce, now we need to learn, we want to rationalize and optimize. That's what could be the government stance.
So a wonderful point Sagarji made. I'd like to ping that to you, Deepakji. Something that I think as a private sector player, you can possibly throw some light on. He mentioned something about stocking goods for 3 months, stuff like that. I know your organization might not be a culprit of this this wastage, given the efficiency that you drive. But if you were to, for this moment, you are my representative of the private sector. All right. So please wear a different hat and tell me if if bringing down logistics cost was a perennial issue. It is a perennial issue it has been a perennial issue for corporates all across. I can tell you from a service provider standpoint for businesses, all of them have always been looking at how to bring these costs down. I just want you to, kind of give a perspective as to how do corporates, especially large corporates, address this issue of logistics cost.
A very good afternoon to all the SCM engineers. I call SCM engineers because you have to broaden the horizon. Logistics in our country, everybody thinks truckwala. It is not like that. Coming from a production engineer background, when I came into and I felt it very awkward. Right? Okay. Thanks Phdcci and the moderator Anilji to give me this platform to share my views. Right. Okay, let's talk about the major ingredients. Right. One is fuel, tire, rent, power, manpower, and the inventory. Right. By the principle of inflation, right, we have to understand this. By the principle of inflation, and the socio-economic burden, everything has to increase. Right? So we have to understand how to optimize, rationalize things so that increase the volumes so that this can be amortized. Right? Hence, we have to amortize and optimize the cost to higher volumes. Automatically, the volume scale will get factored in, and though the absolute SCM cost will increase, but relatively the percentage to sales will decrease. As a private sector or as an organization, everybody thinks percentage to sales, what is the thing? Nobody is bothered, right? Nobody is bothered what is the absolute numbers. Now we in India, every business goes in a skewed manner. First week 2%, second week 5%, third week 10%, last week 70%. This is a very unique thing in India, right? Which is not very predominant in other other developed countries. Now, we have to use technology, or we have to leverage technology in a mass scale, right? Now, many of the industry veterans or big corporates are using, along with demand forecasting, the demand sensing thing, right? What is demand sensing? This is a very not very common thing, but people have started using. What is demand sensing? Demand sensing is basically the current things, like the real-time data from the point of sale or POS, weather, media, festivals, government initiatives, geopolitical inputs, sudden shifts and promotions for immediate and short-term adjustments. Demand sensing is a forward-looking tool. It has to be used along with the demand forecasting. Demand forecasting is basically on the seasonality and trends. It is a backward-looking tool. Every organization has to use these two things complementing to each other. Now, so the perspective of it is an amalgamation of the backward perspective and the forward perspective. Many speakers have used the usage of technology is to be very vital. Presently, we have developed a agentic AI thing which gives us accurate to the tune of more than 90%, what the customer is going to look for, right? With that, considering the 70% of the business happens in the last week, right? We hedge the capacities with the service partners with a lean period cost, which helps it is a win-win situation. Why? The service provider partner gets a committed load and we get committed capacity, right? So he is able to give me a cost plus, not the market driven thing, right? Now, to corroborate, right? Supply chain and logistics cost is the make or break of the deal. Why? Because material cost is same for everybody, right? So we have to only increase productivity. And one of my earlier presenter has termed very adequately TAG. So technology. Then in technology we have IoT, digital twin and AI. Then we have automation, A for automation and G for green. Now you have to dwell more deeper. How the technology will happen or how the technology will be implemented. Now this technology has to be implemented in a series. The IoT or the sensors will give you the data on the real-time basis. And the digital twin will create through simulation, will create a physical-like situation. And the AI will analyze and will give you different options and will also recommend the best option. So if you talk about a IoT, AI, digital twin and the AI, it is a construct of a body. IoT is the senses, the hands, legs, eyes and everything. Digital twin is the body and AI is the brain. So with this you can optimize, rationalize things and the overall cost overall percentage to sales can be reduced.
So I found two arguments of yours very impressive. The first one, of course, being that which basically can transpose anywhere in small or medium or even large sector, which is in case you are incurring X cost, if you're able to scale your operation, your absolute cost will start becoming lower as a percentage of the total cost. The second part of what you said is more about fitting some higher end solutions, which includes tech or AI or such, which in my view possibly are more suitable for larger corporations because you have that capabilities of capex and such. But the fact of the matter is that if I was to use this analogy of logistics cost as a percentage to production or goods being produced, traded, sold, moved, transported, then the pulse of India's GDP, which is, as I also mentioned in the fireside chat with Secretary Labour, the pulse of India's business GDP comes from small and medium sector. 63% of India's employment is in the small and medium sector or self-employment. That is also a reflection of what is the business per se. More than 60% of the manufacturing output, or 63% if I'm not wrong, of the manufacturing output as far as Niti Aayog's report, it comes from small and medium enterprises. If that is the case, Sagarji, you also spoke about this in the earlier discussion. The report talks about this, that the logistics cost for small and medium enterprises is skewed differently or higher as against large corporates. So if that was the answer to be plugged here, what is the solution in your view, Sagar Sahab, for the small and medium enterprises? How should they contain this logistics cost? Is there a mechanism that you would suggest for SME?
Before Sagar, I'll just touch this point, then I'll just for this. There is a perception that technology mehenga hai. Technology is not costly. You go to YouTube, you find to create agentic AI models with absolutely zero cost, maybe 500, 300 rupees. There are subscription models which you will get it, right? Yes. To scale it up, it is not scalable. For a one person, it can be done through that. To scale it up, money is required, and huge money is required.
Yeah, rightly said. I'll quickly touch upon these points. First, I think for MSME or for this, I think 2-3 things we need to work upon collectively. Ideally, the reach as of now, the options MSMEs are, or the small sectors, in terms of logistics service providers, they have a limited options. The cost of acquiring is limited. So if creating a digital platform where they can easily access the service providers, or the big service providers can have access or can reach to these small sectors who are having the LCL loads, and if they can manage. Now we again I'll come back to our report. We found that when the cargo is moved in a small pieces, it definitely has a high cost. So when it is less than 1 ton, 2 ton, 500 kg, 300 kg, वहाँ पे comparatively if we move 30 tons, 25, of course there are 3PL, 4PL companies who are offering, but again these 3PL, 4PL companies, as to my understanding or my opinion, it's not gone to the the gully market or gully SMEs or the small scale exporter importers with the e-commerce reach or more platforms available. I think this is coming down and down, the cost of doing logistics business. That is one thing. Overall, the cost for the logistics transporters from the government point of sight, I think definitely we are doing good. We understand from reaching earlier 10 years, 5 years back from point A to point B, it used to take, for that matter, for the 1500 kilometers, 7 days, 8 days. Now it's taking 3 days. So definitely when we discuss ki salaries बढ़ रही है, CA बढ़ रहा है, cost of capital बढ़ रहा है, but the overall the cost of time is coming down. जो 7 दिन ट्रक जाता था, everybody knows it's 3 days. Last mile connectivity, there are certain issues कि वो ट्रक को रोक दिया, एक दिन ट्रक खड़ा है just for some inspection or for compliance. That's being addressed. तो आपका जो एक दिन ट्रक दिन just because एक पेपर नहीं है या for some other reason, that is being addressed. वो हो रहा है. आपका GST has reduced lot of nakas and all these things. So overall movement time is reduced. So definitely that has a direct relation with the cost. Compliance is reduced हो रहा है. The more digitization, I think IoT ये वो थोड़ा complicated है for small people. Now they also understand. Proper term digitization थोड़ा, even WhatsApp has made busy. It's more about the trucking. मुझे यह पता करना है कि मेरा माल कल पहुंच रहा है या परसों पहुंच रहा है, 7 दिन बाद पहुंच रहा है. Accordingly, I'll plan my production activities. ये सब अगर कल माल पहुंचना है, उसने लेबर बुला लिया 10, कल माल नहीं पहुंचा, उसका कॉस्ट लेबर्स का आ गया है, वो लॉजिस्टिक्स कॉस्ट में जुड़ जाता है. एनवी से हमारी लॉजिस्टिक्स कॉस्ट ज़्यादा है. अगर उसको विजिबिलिटी मिल जाती है, इवन फॉर द ट्रैकिंग एंड ट्रेसिंग लाइक यूलीप और एनी अदर, आई थिंक एन नंबर ऑफ सॉफ्टवेयर्स दे आर अवेलेबल. आप बस ट्रक नंबर डालिए, कि आपका ट्रक कल 12 बजे पहुंचेगा या 2 दिन बाद पहुंचेगा. ही कैन प्लान हिज एक्टिविटीज़. अभी इन्वेंट्री बिकॉज उसको पता नहीं उसका माल नहीं पहुंचेगा, उसको 1 टन चाहिए, वो 3 टन मंगा के रख देता है. तो देर आर सर्टन इश्यूज, there are certain business practices. He is not aware कि यह order मिलेगा कि नहीं, तो tend to order more or tend to, you rightly said, quarterly, monthly target.
My question was also around this aspect of, if I look back as to there is certain tools which are privy to only the government, largely only the government, say things which have basically in the past have helped ease doing business. Specifically, say for a moment the digital public infrastructure. Right. The government created the mechanism of UPI, which have changed foundationally as to how we've been able to operate, payment transfers to one another. Peer-to-peer payment transfers are no longer the same old mechanism. Usse pehle NPCI came in, the payment, the National Payment Corporation of India, which basically changed the way architecturally how payments are being made. I was just reading the report day before yesterday. 15 years back, 98% of the payments were done by check. Today, only less than 8% are being done by checks. So there are tools which are privy to the government, which systemically, GST, as you mentioned, changed the way we are doing not only trucking transportation, but also our documentation flow, our paperless way of operating, our interstate movement of goods have dramatically changed post GST. So there are certain measures that the government executes which changes the way how we function, and that is very demographically completely democratic. It is not privy to larger corporation, as Deepak ji mentioned. Let's put AI in place and get demand sensing, and that will improve your game. But this changes the way everybody functions. So my question to you was more around that aspect. Is there anything in the offing post having already got the analysis of where the cost is? Now, is there anything in the offing that you're changing, the way of doing business for not only large but medium, every corporation, every business unit, so that it can contain its cost down? You very rightly mentioned another aspect just now, maybe in the passing, but I want to take that because that's a very wonderfully large subject, visibility. As a logistics service provider, I can tell you, the moment any organization, I'm sure he will vouch, the moment any supply chain manager gets control of visibility of his inventory, then the whole game can change. A lot can change in terms of how you stock, where you stock, how much you stock, how much cost you incur on storing it, handling it, delivering it, and so on and so forth. Visibility changes a whole lot of that. And ULIP, of course, post this high security number plate tagging with FASTag has changed a lot of tracking of those. So there are some of those elements that when at the governmental level you kind of tweak, it changes the entire game altogether.
Yeah, that's
so I'm kind of trying to poke you for giving us an insight, a few more.
Yeah, we are making the ULIP more stronger. We are making it beyond it, the tracking and tracing visibility platform as a tool for we are working to provide as a digital platform for the documentation. We are adding more features into the ULIP, like beyond tracking. We just last week we discussed with the ministry that even the MSME Udyam number now we are linking with the ULIP. For that matter, even we are linking the ULIP with the peso, like a particular vehicle is suitable for the CNG compliance. So that license needs to be verified with the peso, which is again one ministry or department that we are linking with the ULIP. So with the you will be able to understand if this vehicle can be. So these kind of small changes, some are government initiatives, lot of private sector is also coming up with the new ideas, and I think that is what we need to build, small things which will add up more efficiency. There are larger initiatives reducing the transit time, giving more last mile, first mile connectivity. Railway is working massively. We are adding lot of infrastructure, both in terms of railway or road, where the capacities of the railway carriage is being increased. 2 lines are being converted into 3 lines. Certain sectors or the high density routes like Delhi or Mumbai Calcutta or Mumbai Chennai, which is more congested, having more passenger flow. So we are adding 3rd and the 4th line, which will have a more capacity for the freight trains to go. So these initiatives in the coming years possibly will add up more capacity, ease out the congestion, reduce the transit time more, and the digitization activities will add up more.
Given the paucity of time, I'm going to pass the final question to Dr. Munjal for maybe in case you can also pitch in case you want, Sagarji, for a global comparison. Now we've come out with a report which says, okay, we are at point X, which is the number that you floated, 9.1 of the non-service input. I think that's a more important number as against the percentage of GDP. But having come there, you've done this report, you've done analysis. It has been compared in our World Bank Logistics Index, where we rank 38. The National Logistics Policy says that we need to come down to under 25. Now, when we are doing these comparisons, is there a global benchmark? Is there a global peer comparison that you can kind of throw light on, things that we can do differently to kind of up our game and bring down our logistics cost as a country, as a constituent? Is there something that you can throw light on? Is there any experience that you can?
I think in terms of number or cost as percent to GDP or output of non-services, as percent to non-services output, I would say global benchmark is not a great thing, because you don't want to compare with a country which is totally different from your geography, your terrain, your people, your everything, right? So I would say we compare ourselves.
Improve ourselves every year.
Improve ourselves.
Right.
That is.
What a fantastic way to summarize that. I think that's lovely.
Yes.
Please,
so,
sorry.
I mean, because it is as percent to output, we should see how fast is the output growing, and vis-a-vis that, how fast is logistics. Both will keep on growing, obviously, in absolute terms. But if your growth in output outperforms growth in logistics cost, that is where efficiency is, right? That is when you become efficient. And every country, I'm sure, is working on efficiency. I'm sure everybody is thinking about green fuels, about infra development, about automation, etc. And as you said, MSME sectors, they can also benefit from such technological developments. The inventory management, we came across with certain MSMEs which have very smartly done their inventory management, in the sense that everything is recorded on a computer, or they're in and out of stock, everything is recorded. So they can very smartly, because inventory cost is actually the highest in the case of MSMEs. So they are stocking up this thing because they have no idea. So inventory management is something where they can definitely have a control on. Other than that, government, of course, this automation, etc., can come from government side, in the sense that it's difficult to move from road to rail, because rail is not providing end-to-end service, and also there are so many documentation costs, there are material handling costs. If such can be, human interface could be reduced, material handling cost can come down, transit time can come down. So such type of initiatives coming from government, I think can be a
So in a nutshell, what you're saying is, we've got to compete with ourselves, improve year on year as to where we stand, and second, of course, is try and see in case we can kind of milch efficiency from within the system.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Just to add up what just in a same
Please.
meter, like we have to increase our denominator, while that the numerator of the logistics cost particularly is not exactly going with the same percentage with the reduced.
Super.
Now, two major aspects you have told one, and Mr. Sagar has told one. One is digital public infrastructure, right? Now, why I always say or opine digitization is not pricey or not complicated, because if you study, Tier 3 and Tier 4 towners are consuming 75% of our e-commerce. First. Second, the YouTubers are all majority, 80% people are coming from Tier 3, Tier 4 towners. Right. Now, another thing, visibility and the how much to be purchased. Now there is in India or in Indian industry, there is a siloed approach. The purchase person, when he talks to the vendor partner, he purchases on a MOQ, right? The minimum order quantity. For that, he takes higher MOQ to reduce its cost. But without understanding what is the cost of inventory, money blockage, and the cost of money he is investing into that. So these two things can only be done. These things can only be, the silo approach can be merged into through cost of ownership accountability. Now, for all these things, SOPs, work instructions, and change management has to be disciplined, has to be adhered without any if and but. So there is a good saying in industry, no if, no but, only SOP.
All right. Allow me to end this session by virtue of, maybe a small, allowance of maybe 1 or 2 questions in case we have any. Otherwise, we kind of run over time because of the previous sessions. Anyone? Yes, sir.
Hello, I'm Asharan Kohli and I work as a supply chain management consultant. So yes, sir, it was really very nice listening to the macro logistics things. My question probably not very much linked with the industrial logistics, but any idea how we can really decongest the roads of Delhi, and any idea around any things which are happening? I mean,
if any of us had the answer to that, I will tell you, that would have already got implemented. But probably I don't think the government itself has said that they don't know how to do it. They themselves have said they don't know how to do it. It's a long, the arc of this answer is much longer. It will take much longer time for whatever small solution. There is no one-off, one-stroke solution that the government has.
Solution is available on the record. Like I being from Mumbai, Mumbai carpooling is common. As right, there are n number of apps, irrespective of what's his economic status or what's his earning. Everybody does the car. There is no status attached with the income and using the public transport. If that is been somehow been brought into the
as a culture.
So
I think probably my 2 cents could be that when I drive on the Delhi roads, I will be very happy if I know that I am following a particular route. If some broader signages tell me that this route is going to be congested, so please try to follow the other route. I mean,
there are portals available. You can give these suggestions, particularly
in Google Maps. You can see that.
And then the movement. I mean, we know the office hours are standardized, but probably on a larger scale.
I think Singh Sahab, you've given us a great question for our chat offline on lunch. Let's do this on lunch. I think that will make more sense.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions, sir? Yeah. Just last question, please. Anyone? I think we have a question from the lady, sir. Please allow the lady to speak.
Please go ahead.
I have read that just like a metro in Delhi, within the city, there should be underground metros for within city movement of goods.
Ji ma'am, please.
Good suggestion.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Anita Juneja, representing here Delhi Custom Broker Association. I come from a logistics and trade facilitation background, where we deal daily with the freight costs, vessel availability, port efficiency, and ground realities.
Who's your question addressed to, ma'am?
Mr. Sagar.
All right.
So, and ground realities of cargo movement. From this practical experience, one issue clearly stands out: India's heavy dependence on foreign shipping lines directly impacts our logistics costs and supply chain reliability. Freight is a major component of logistic cost, and without strong Indian flag vessels, we remain exposed to rate volatility, space uncertainty, and foreign exchange outflow. So strengthening India's own shipping lines will bring cost predictability, better coordination with ports and customs, and faster turnaround time, which ultimately benefits exporter, importers, and the economy. More importantly, Indian shipping lines are not just a commercial requirement, but a strategic national
Ma'am, your
necessity.
question, please. I'm sorry.
So my question is, like we should work on Indian flag vessels. We don't have our own shipping lines.
What is your question?
This is my suggestion is to Mr. Sagar that if we work on India's own flag vessels, we can compete the logistics cost.
A lot of suggestions. Good.
Yeah.
It's a suggestion.
We are working on it, definitely. We are working on it. However, just to clarify, these two things, cost you have mentioned, it's not directly correlated. There are countries who are they're controlling 40% of the flags. For them, it's not like the cost is less or thing. It is more of the global supply and demand situations, but it is strategically important for us, and there are recent 2 schemes are already been announced by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, shipbuilding financing scheme or maritime development fund. You just Google it, what you are suggesting, both. We are working on these schemes actively, and possibly that's already on the ground. I mean, just
yes.
maritime development fund and shipbuilding. So what you are suggesting, definitely it's very important strategically also for government of India and as a nation going forward, and we are working on
and
it.
Definitely for the Atmanirbhar Bharat, we need.
Yes, ma'am. It's very important.
Please give a round of applause to all our speakers on stage. We want to thank them for coming here. I would request Aprajita Mangotra to please come up on stage, and I request Aprajita, Mr. Anil Sayal and Mr. Sagar Kadu to please present mementos to Dr. Poonam Munjal, Professor, National Council of Applied Economic Research, NCAER. I request the 3 of you to please present a memento to Mr. Deepak Kumar Subudhi, VP Supply Chain Management, RR Kabel Limited. I request everybody to gather for a group photograph. All of you can just gather for a group photograph. We'll now take a break for lunch, and I request all of you to be back in your seats before 2:30, because our next session will start at 2:30. So please be in your seats in time.
My pleasure, sir.
The new labor code, the green cold chain and efficiency and cost competitiveness in logistics. Now we will turn to smart and green freight, making India's logistics export ready and globally ESG compliant. This is turning out to be pretty important, especially if you're looking to export to Europe, where CBAM is due to kick in very soon. So for this discussion, please welcome on stage our moderator for this session, Mr. Pramod Rajendran, Smart Freight Center, India. Please give a round of applause and welcome him on stage. He brings over a decade of experience in logistics and transport planning with a strong focus on sustainable freight solutions. At Smart Freight Center, he leads a strategic partnership and programs that advance supply chain decarbonization and infrastructure innovations. His contributions include his tenure at the logistics division of DPIIT in shaping India's national logistics policy, co-developing warehousing standards, and operationalizing the e-logs grievance redressal platform. Please welcome our guest for this fireside chat. Please welcome on stage Mr. Sanjay Seth, Senior Director, Sustainable Infrastructure, TERI. Please give a round of applause and welcome him on stage. And also please welcome on stage Mr. Inderjeet Singh, Partner, Deloitte India. Please give them a round of applause. And I request our moderator to initiate this discussion and take it further.
Yeah, thank you. And first of all, I would like to thank Phdcci for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to moderate this very important discussion. And as we all know, I think we have covered an array of topics since morning, but smart and green freight is central to India's ambitions of export-led growth, decarbonization, and supply chain efficiency. This conversation today, we are aiming to bring together two domain leaders driving sustainability and innovation in freight systems. With that, I welcome Mr. Sanjay Seth from TERI and Mr. Inderjeet Singh from Deloitte, India. So I would just start off, directly jump into this theme and look at Mr. Inderjeet to respond what ESG metrics are global buyers looking at today and demanding, and subsequently how can Indian exporters demonstrate compliance without increasing cost disproportionately, because drawing some inferences from the previous panel which was talking about cost. So.
All right, thank you very much for the question. Apparently, if we look at the very first aspect, we need to see as to what are the requirements per se. And majority of the global buyers, whether they are coming from developing countries or developed countries, there is no reason for us to reinvent the wheel. And therefore, what is happening in terms of preparation is that the suppliers, whether it is the upstream of the value chain or downstream of the value chain, they are essentially looking at what is originating out of European Union, because that is setting the pedestal or benchmark in terms of the compliance requirements. And therefore, what we can do very quickly is that if there is anything which can bring hygiene or structure in terms of our approach, so there should be a method to madness. That's how one should look at it. And therefore, what comes to us is whether there are global standards which are in place or not. So when we talk about this, the very first thing which is more or less accepted globally is the GLEC, the Global Logistics Emissions Council, and the standard that they have derived. And they have kind of fine-tuned it for various players in the market. So if, say, for example, you are an MSME or a small fleet owner, you can typically talk about the emissions in a very, very simple manner. What is the boilerplate that talks about the efficiency? It typically ends there. Though in terms of, if you say, for example, use the same methodology while getting it standardized, say under ISO 14083, it will still accept it, but it will give you a little bit lower parity in terms of how you are making the disclosure. If you are a large player, say for example automotive sector players, or if say for example you are coming from iron and steel, you can go to the level 2 or level 3 wherein you can talk about the load factors, you can talk about the per ton kilometers, or if there is a possibility for you to even talk about the total fuel that you are consuming, be it the natural gas or diesel or any other kind of possible fuels that you might have used, that can take you to the level in which the disclosures are more or less accepted globally. As of now, if there is a possibility for you to introduce telematics into this, which is now coming down in terms of the overall cost implications. So whether you are a third-party logistics supplier or whether you are an in-house fleet for a larger player in the market, telematics is something which is, I would not call it that this is distant future, but this is coming into play, and therefore the cost rationalization is very much happening. And there are multiple parties or vendors, those who are providing this information. So depending upon where you are in the overall hierarchy, are you a small player, are you a medium player or a third-party logistics supplier, or are you a large company which has to provide multiple disclosures? All this can be taken up in a manner in which there are structures which are available, there are protocols which have been fairly well defined, and the results are fairly well accepted by the downstream value chain partners to whom you are a vendor or you are a supplier. This even fulfills, say for example, since the organizers talk about CBAM, the carbon border adjustment mechanism, that also brings in the additional element as to say, for example, if we are looking at iron and steel, which is one of the export commodities going out of India, and in iron and steel per se, as of now, scope 1 emissions are not required to be disclosed. Only scope 2 emissions are required to be disclosed. So therefore, when you are talking about the logistics emissions, you don't need to worry about all these factors when it comes to CBAM. Obviously, going forward, looking at how the developments are happening at the level of COP, the Conference of Parties, one needs to understand as to when the Indian registries will connect to multiple other registries. So recently what has happened about 2 months back, that we have agreed upon working with Japan. So under Article 6.4 of the Paris Agreement, now there is an understanding between Government of India and Government of Japan for practical possibility of transaction of emissions. There would be certain things which are beyond this in terms of how it is applied granularly, but then there is something which is forming a structure. Similar things will happen with other markets, be it Europe, be it Australia, be it multiple other geographies. So one has to look at how the structures are evolving and to what extent the compliance is required, which is sufficient for me. And that is how you should start your journey and evolve as you go forward.
Thank you. This is for Sanjay sir. How can, I think Mr. Inderjeet covered a very diverse aspect of what metrics are we looking at and how to tailor it to the requirements of the local industry. But how can Indian manufacturers, just to pick your brains on that, how can Indian manufacturers and exporters collaborate with logistics service providers subsequently, because this is again a collaborative effort, not one entity or organization could subsequently drive it, to reduce carbon intensity across supply chains?
Yeah, thank you very much for that. And let me just take it forward from where Inderjeet left, So there is obviously an increasing regulatory carbon-based compliances that are required by the manufacturing units. And the Indian industry, especially the export-oriented industry, is working very hard to meet these external regulations to ensure that their products are eventually competitive in the international markets and all of that. So he talked about CBAM. I think these are again something which are imposed externally, and those are very important. Within India, you know that the norms for ESG reporting and BRSR reportings have become more and more stringent. These frameworks are becoming more and more stringent. And this obviously provides a great opportunity for industry through mechanisms such as carbon markets and improving the competitiveness of their products to reduce the energy intensity of the manufacturing processes. As you know that the Bureau of Energy Efficiency has now launched the carbon trading platform. Very soon that will start taking, you'll start trading, very soon you'll start seeing trading happening on that. So this is an opportunity for industry to really come forward and use this as a great opportunity. Finally, I think efficiency is not only to be looked at the transport sector, but also in the broader logistics ecosystem, because this will have a long-term effect, which I think is the key, and we at TERI are, ensuring that we are looking at both the upstream side as well as the downstream side, not only looking at the transport sector in isolation, but also the logistics sector on the whole. Yeah.
So I'll just divide your response when you are mentioning the transport aspect of it towards the solutioning end. What roles do you think, because I believe TERI has been actively working in the space of e-mobility, both in freight and passenger segment as well, but focusing on the transport, intervention, what role do state governments and local authorities have to play in this enabling of green corridors, green freight corridors across India's diverse geographies?
So, You see, this is again something which we must be cognizant of the fact that there is the central level advisories that are issued, the regulations that are issued at the central level, and largely it's a state subject where the implementations have to take place. So the states have a very important role to make sure that implementation eventually happens. This regulations at the central level are more in the form of a catalytic kind of approach that they have. If you look at, what we've seen is railways is a very good example of how interstate, how we work throughout. And I think the shifts that one is looking at, the modal shifts that one is looking at, moving freight from road to railways becomes something which is very good. On the roads segment, if you look at the logistics being moved on the roadside, there again, I think the issues such as charging infrastructure being put on highways, all of those things become important. So there is a lot of onus that lies with the state sector as well. Setting up of, as I said, the charging infrastructure on the national highways, promote electric trucks, collaborative efforts to ensure consistent electrification and charging infrastructure again, and issues related to then obviously when you're talking of all of this, then energy policies and how do we really go about looking at access to electricity, tariffs, all of those issues will have to be dealt with. So these issues, I think, are central if you look at the central and the state relationships is concerned.
Right. So my next question would be more on the energy efficiency aspect, and to Mr. Indrajit. How can India leverage the existing, renewable energy and the drive towards alternative fuels, especially when we are talking about, blending biofuels, LNG, also the green hydrogen mission, to green its logistics sector? Because there are certain use cases, like sir mentioned about electrification of road freight is one particular aspect, but hydrogen does not seem to be, picking up as much pace in terms of adoption, specifically in the logistics sector. Would you like to shed some light on that?
I would suggest that we should look at this problem statement not with all the solutions which are available to us, be it at the pilot stage or otherwise to be implemented straightforward. We can go with a cascade. We can actually look at where there is a maturity. So if you look at, say, for example, the natural gas, we have seen a time when natural gas was not available in India. We have even seen the fallout of multiple thermal power projects which were planned around availability of natural gas, and they never go live. They never went live in terms of the generation of energy. If we look at the current situation of natural gas in India, we believe that we are fairly comfortable in terms of availability. And if we are looking at the switching in terms of not just the efficiency part of it, wherein obviously the new norms are coming into play. So from Euro 2 to Euro 3, Euro 4, we have skipped Euro 5, we have moved to Euro 6, and now obviously we are talking about Euro 7. There is a pushback from the industry also in terms of adoption of Euro 7. But the first thing that we can look at is that at whatever pace the sector itself is improving the overall environmental footprint, the possibility is to engage, say for example, in the national corridors with the availability of natural gas. So that if we are looking at large scale transformation of diesel engines into the natural gas based traction, that should be possible. The second step in terms of gaining the maturity will come from EVs, and to a larger extent what we are witnessing, at least in the locations wherein the tourism sector is fairly stabilized or growing, at least the fleets which are carrying the passengers, they are adopting EVs. You will look at multiple resorts on the highways wherein there are charging infrastructures which are already in place. So by the time a passenger gets down, have his meal, the bus is also charged for the journey of next 200 kilometers. I believe in case of trucking also, if you look at the average speed that a truck covers, it remains somewhere between 30 to 40 kilometers per hour, the average distance that you are able to cover. And the drivers do need that kind of rest after a distance of 200 kilometers, wherein you can have the infrastructure either for the compressed natural gas or EV, and maybe over a period of time when we are looking at the possibility of induction of hydrogen. See, at the end of the day, it is, when we look at power sector or when we look at transportation sector, it is not going to be environmental footprint reduction based upon alternate technologies, but we have to look at it from the efficiency point also. So efficiency is happening all by itself. There is a regulatory push which is required, but that is happening. The place where, say for example, the support has to come from the state and central government, because if you look at EVs per se, now power sector is a concurrent subject between the state and central government. When you are talking about exporters, one thing which I believe I would have covered and I missed it in the previous submission was that at least for certain sectors wherein the exports are fairly standardized, we should have a national stack of emission related data for those sectors, and that should be a straight fit in terms of usage. So if you say, for example, you are fulfilling the obligations of custom disclosures, you are fulfilling the obligations of the foreign trade disclosures, alongside that, to make it easy, one-time data staking should be carried out, and it should be made available to all the sectors or all the players, and that can be used. It is government endorsed. If it is also aligned to ISO 14083, which has not been adopted, but if you look at the target in the NLP, we are inching towards, say, from 14% of the total contribution to GDP from the sector to below 10% in terms of the emission and the allied investments. These are the things which will typically help us in a longer period of time. So that's how I look at it.
No, absolutely, and very key points which you touched upon also on the data aspect. Moving on to the low carbon infrastructure aspect of it, this is for you, Mr. Seth. What are the biggest opportunities when we look at reducing emissions across logistics infrastructure, particularly when we are speaking about warehouse and logistics park? I think DPIT did some work on the taxonomy of different logistics related infrastructure. What do you call logistics park? There was this thing. With that settled, would you also like to touch upon the Griha infrastructure rating, which is being developed by Terry and Griha Council, which you have recently been working upon?
Yeah, okay. So I'll come to the Griha rating for warehouses and logistic parks, which we hope will be released during the upcoming World Sustainable Development Summit in February 2026. So this is work in progress. We are doing it, consulting with all the stakeholders that are working in this ecosystem. And when we are talking of developing this rating system we have to look at it again from not only the efficiency side on the transportation sector, but also how do we create a sustainable infrastructure as far as warehouses is concerned, and also their operations that are carried out there. But having said that, I think I just like to also bring, make this point here, that our dependence on road networks for transportation, I think, is predominant, right? So it's going to continue to remain that, although we are aspiring to move the modal shift towards railways is something which we are aspiring for. So as a result of which, there is a lot of work which is being done as far as fuel efficiency norms is concerned. The Bureau of Energy Efficiency is already working on also bringing out the norms for heavy duty vehicles and all of that. And we at Terry are obviously working very closely with them to make sure that how do you come up with stricter emission reduction norms and all of that. So that is there, of course, and this is the first time that even in the PM E-Drive, trucks have been included as part of the logistics. So that is there, the E-Drive scheme. Then also, Indrajit also talked about charging infrastructure. I think that becomes something which is very important. And under the PM E-Drive scheme, this is again being emphasized on, and so that there is fast charging networks along highways to enable long haul heavy duty vehicles to operate. And then, of course, it is equally important to encourage a shift towards low emission goods handling equipment. Notable uptake of forklifts have already, electric forklifts have already begun. As I was coming to, we also have a very strong collaboration with Concor and the Center of Excellence on freight efficiency or green freight. I think it's all, we are handling it at TERI. There, they have taken a number of steps to make sure that they move towards greener, cleaner transitions as far as the equipment is concerned. They're moving on to electric, and procurements have already been done in that. Likewise, on the government department side, India Post is something which, again, they have moved, because a lot of their last mile delivery is done through vehicles and all of that. So how they have also inducted, again, based on inputs provided by TERI, we provided the, the background work, and then they went ahead and procured electric vehicles for all the last mile connectivity. So I think, yeah, and of course, the warehouse rating that we are coming up with, the logistic park, it's very, very aspirational, because there is a lot of work which is required to be done. And when we did the stakeholder consultation very recently, many things were put onto the table that we need to be looking at addressing. However, we told them that you need to take it easy. We'll grow on a gradual manner to kind of include everything. Otherwise, let's take baby steps moving there. We had nothing, but now we are going to do something there. Yeah, so thanks.
No, absolutely. I think this addresses most of the questions, and the conversation has led us to the concluding aspect, which I would like thoughts on from either of you. If you had to identify the top 3 priority actions for India's green freight mission, what would that be? I think you have touched upon various aspects, but in terms of priority, what would you want to highlight and give? Yep, please, sir.
Yeah. So I think what we are is we have the regulations in place. There is no doubt, but it's all all we need is making sure that these regulations start taking effective implementation networks or frameworks. Now, in order to do that, training and that is true for all regulations that we have seen in the country. We need training and capacity building. So that is, I think, one of the topmost things in my mind. Secondly, we must not shy away from technological interventions that are coming, the newer technologies that are much more efficient and all of that. So I think those need to be integrated. And then, of course, making sure that you have access to data, and how does that feed into, because eventually you would be able to evaluate where you are, the trajectory, only once you have something which is very robust, these frameworks that are important. So I think, to my mind, those 3 become important.
No, you have covered mostly all the aspects of what are the top 3 priorities, be it in the form of regulation, which I believe has to be conducive towards early adoption. Yeah. That's the first thing, because if you are talking about adoption of a new technology, it becomes difficult for, first of all, banks to look at those technologies. There should be a preferential treatment if, say, for example, somebody is adopting new technology, be it transition to electric traction or any other alternate means. In addition to this, since we have talked about multimodal transport, or we have talked about, say, for example, movement of freight from one mode to the other, we should look at the possibility of wherever the low emission modes are available. Absolutely. So if you look at Maruti Suzuki, they have done this almost a decade back. In 2010-11, their project is also registered as a candidate CDM opportunity, wherein for all long-haul transportation of freshly produced vehicles, they have moved from surface transport to railways, and that has created a possibility of an additional revenue stream also. If you look at the actions which are currently being carried out under Part 2 CCTS transition, that's the second set of opportunities, which will come in terms of creating a lot of headway for the companies to have additional revenue stream, those who are overachieving their targets. So it is not just meeting the target, but overachieving the target, and that creates the possibility of doing these transactions in the market. And when it comes to the exports or the logistics sector, I believe the standardization is the key to success. It should be easier for people, those who are not doing, say, for example, regular exports. It's the beginning of a particular business, very similar to how you are treating startups. So if you are providing certain advantages in terms of the policy outlook towards startup, you should provide similar kind of benefits in terms of the greening of logistics also. And that's where I believe over a period of next 5 years or a decade, we will achieve a much better maturity across the sector that can help us in sustaining the long-term agenda that we have, that, okay, we would like to become net zero by 2070. China is looking at 2060. EU is looking at 2050. At the end of the day, if we are looking at exports, we are talking about a global outlook. And global outlook means whosoever is sitting there with the most stringent requirements, that should be the vision for us in terms of meeting those obligations.
Right. Thank you so much for your inputs. And I think there is a takeaway when you mentioned the incentivization to the startups, giving them a nudge in the right direction. Luckily for us, this entire ecosystem is housed within DPIIT. And I think even the National Logistics Policy and PM Gati Shakti being their mandate, it is direction which the department could possibly look at. So just 2 key points which I take away from today's interaction is that India's logistics must become not only efficient, digital and globally competent, but also sustainable and look towards decarbonizing. It is also the policy industry and the research alignment that we are looking at, which is essential to achieve ESG-led competitiveness. With that, thank you, sir, for your time.
Thank you very much.
Yes, we have a minute if anyone wants to. Yes, please. Can we have the mic in the audience? I request you to introduce yourself, sir, and then address your question.
Hello, sir. I am Harsharan Kohli, and we are a supply chain management consultants. I worked with a company called IKEA for about 20 years, and nowadays we are running our consultancy. So, my question to you is related with the part reading that I did. So, I understand that the renewable sources of energy, they are good in emissions, controlling the emissions, no doubt about the same. But what about the cost efficiencies? Because renewable energy sources are supposed to be intermittent sources of energy. They may not be available year round or even on a daily basis or weekly basis. So of course for that you need a lot of storage space and everything. So how come that cost efficiency is there or not there? Emissions part is sorted out.
See, as far as the cost advantage is concerned, if you look at how, say for example, multiple sectors, be it solar, be it wind, have moved in terms of price parity over a period of time. If you look at solar per se, I'm talking about almost 15 years ago when I did the first PPA, the solar project was selling electricity at about 17 rupees to a kilowatt hour. Now if you look at the current possibility of getting tenders, people are bidding anywhere between 2 rupees 40 paisa to 2 rupees 90 paisa to a kilowatt hour. So in terms of the price point, I believe we have achieved what we were looking at. The challenge comes in terms of storage, because the way you have talked about, whether it is wind or whether it is solar, you cannot talk about guarantees. The way, say for example, the guarantees are required at exchanges every 15 minutes, how much energy you can supply. Those things are getting addressed through storage. As of now, the storage is costly. We need to understand this. But the way the overall EV market is growing in India and the way the smart devices are coming, I'll give you an example how it is happening in US. You come back from your office in your EV, you would like to charge it. So you plug it to the electricity grid at 6 p.m. in the evening. It will not charge your car. It will use the residual 40% in the car to charge the grid. And at 11 p.m. in the night, when the grid load goes down, the frequency goes beyond 50 hertz, it will again start charging itself. And in the morning when you have to move out for your office, you will get your car fully charged or your two-wheeler fully charged. So all these smart devices and the possibility of storages which will come from the end of life of EVs, because if you look at whether it is NMC, whether it is LFP or any other kind of battery technology, even at the end of 15 years, which we have not seen here in India, it is happening overseas. These batteries are not redundant, they are not required to be recycled, they can be put to the second use. And that's where they will start contributing to the storage, and the overall availability of electricity from the renewable sources will go up. That's how we are looking at future.
If you allow me, I have another point also.
I believe Seth Saab has to leave. If there's a question for him, please do take it up.
It's about the carbon, carbon footprint measurement and credits basically. So how soon it is going to be implemented as far as SMEs is concerned? So that, because if we are talking about carbon emissions control, first of all, they have to be measured, and there has to be some, mandatory sort of thing, some regulation, strong regulation has to be there, and of course certifications and all the ecosystem has to be in place. So what do you think, how soon we can really go into this?
Okay, so as far as the measurement methodology is concerned, it is very much in place. There is ISO standard also, ISO 14064. You can use it. It is based upon GHG protocol. The overall emissions are bifurcated into 3 modules. Scope 1 emissions, which are based upon the fossil fuel consumption. Scope 2 emissions, which are indirect emissions based upon electricity that you consume. Scope 3 emissions are essentially the other emissions or the supply chain emissions, right? So depending upon, in a single organization, you can have both the possibilities. Say for example, your employees are brought to office in a bus. A lot of companies do that. If you have taken that bus on dry lease, that means you have the bus, you have the driver, you have the conductor, but the fuel bill is coming into your office directly as a bill, it becomes a scope 1 emission. Okay, and then there is IPCC guidance, which let's talk about diesel since I have spoken about buses. 1 liter of diesel, if you are consuming, you are emitting 2.75 kgs of carbon dioxide to go into atmosphere. Similarly, for electricity consumption, you have the Central Electricity Authority, which is publishing this data year on year. So the current emission factor for India is 0.71 kgs of CO2 per kilowatt hour of electricity. That's the number. So if you want to do these calculations, these are very much possible. Now comes the part of, can you monetize it? Now monetization will depend upon 2 things. Are you part of PAT to CCTS transition? If that is the case, then you can only do the transactions if you have overachieved the target. So let's say, for example, refinery sector. Now refinery sector has received a target of 5.6% reduction year on year. The first target is given up to 2027. If they overachieve it, any of the refineries, they can do the transactions. If you look at the sectors wherein no such requirement is there, say for example, you are putting up a renewable energy project. If it is a pure play renewable energy project, it does not qualify for 6.2 or 6.4, but you can do the transactions within the Indian market. If it is renewable plus storage, you have invested like this, then you are eligible for 6.4, and you can currently do the transaction in Japan also. That is the whole ecosystem.
This is a master class.
Lots of information. Please give a round of applause to our speakers.
Thank you so much.
I would request Aprajita Mangotra to please come up on stage and present our speakers with memento. I request you to present memento to Mr. Pramod Rajendran, our moderator. A memento to Mr. Sanjay Seth of Terry. And a memento for Mr. Inderjeet Singh of Deloitte. I request all of you to gather for a group photograph. Thank you to our speakers, and thank you for giving us a lot of knowledge on building green supply chains and how you can benefit from making those investments.
See you. Thank you.
See you, sir. I request all of you to please remain seated. We will now start with our valedictory session, which is Logistics 4.0, Building a Resilient and Efficient Supply Chain Backbone. I would like to introduce our moderator for this session, Mr. Amit Mittal, Founder Director, Route to Market, and Founder Director, Association of Warehouse Developers. Please give a round of applause and welcome on stage Mr. Amit Mittal. Mr. Amit Mittal is a chartered accountant with over 3 decades of experience in business. He is an accomplished entrepreneur who has successfully established a distribution and warehousing company in India, employing more than 150 people. He is the founder director of Association of Warehouse Developers, founder director of Route to Market, and director of Om Kiran Logistics Park. With extensive knowledge and experience in business operations and setup, he is a well-known name in the field. Please give him a round of applause. And please do welcome on stage our speakers in this session. Please welcome Ms. Shweta Goyla, Associate Vice President Strategy, Safe Express Private Limited, and Shri Rudra Sriram, Director DCM Containers, DCM Hyundai Limited. I request our moderator to please initiate this discussion.
Good afternoon. Welcome all. Thank you, PhD. Thank you, my fellow panelists. It's lovely to have you all, and this is the valedictory session to a very interesting conversation since morning that we are having about how to make India competitive for global exports. And of course, when we are talking of global exports, we are not talking of one factor, we are building in multiple factors which in fact a lot to do with manufacturing, a lot to do with resilience, a lot to do with efficiency, and at the same time sustainability, because we are well aware that what's situation outside with the AQI and what's happening. So I believe that now industry has to move forward and take the charge to put sustainability first, people first, planet first, and at the same time achieve the goal. So we begin this session. Welcome you once again. I have an honor of introducing my fellow panelists. So on this panel we are having Ms. Shweta Goyla. So Ms. Shweta is representing Safe Express. She carries more than 2 decades of experience in the industry, of which last 14 years were with Safe Express, which is one of the leading logistics service provider in the country with a very dense domestic network. And I believe that they are serving about 35,000 pin codes in the country. Is it right, Shweta? I'll talk about that. Yeah, interesting. So they have got a very dense domestic network. She is a sought after thought leader. She is part of the top leadership team in the Safe Express. She is also visiting guest faculty. I think I'll let Shweta speak on it later about her domain and her dominance. And we also have on our panel Mr. Rudra Sriram, who is, just a moment, Mr. Sriram, besides his experience in the Sriram Group, where he is a joint president, he is the 5th generation entrepreneur. And currently he is heading the engineering and defense ventures of the DCM Sriram Group. He is a graduate of Purdue University, quite a dynamic gentleman, part of many different committees and associations. I extend you a warm welcome, Mr. Sriram. Welcome on board. And we can set the ball rolling with, I would request Shweta to please initiate. And of course on this panel we have Dr. Surendra Kumar Ahirwar, who's the Executive Director of Traffic Commercial. I believe he'll be joining us very soon. We also had pleasure of having Mr. Sandeep Wadhwa and Mr. Vora from Content Carriers, but unfortunately they could not make it for some reasons today. There were some exigencies which has to be met. So, but anyways, we'll have a very interesting discussion. So over to you, Shweta. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Amit, and very good afternoon to everyone. I am Shweta and I'm representing Safe Express. Safe Express is into express distribution, door-to-door express distribution, and we cater to all 31,263 pin codes that's a well-researched directory that we have. And of course, we are talking about efficiency So I would like to delve deeper into it, and of course the other aspects, the greener logistics and the technology bit that we have been talking about in the previous sessions. What does it mean to Safe Express? Safe Express having a very dense network all across India with around 850 gateways, brick and mortar gateways. So you can understand when you plot these gateways all across India, so every gateway has a coverage radius of typically 33 kilometers. And that's the efficiency that we have created in terms of our pickups and the deliveries that we do all across India, right? When it comes to cost efficiency, of course, this has to be complemented, and the biggest enabler here is the technology, because the end-to-end technology-enabled operations that we have, right from the time when a pickup is being done till the time it comes to our logistics parks, and we have this hub and spoke model where we consolidate all the loads, and then we have scheduled departures of routes. So we have around 114 some routes that we have that ply. These are the direct routes that ply all across India. So you can imagine that, the moment when somebody blinks eyes 8 times, there is a route that is departing from somewhere in India to somewhere, right? So that's the level of network that we have created all across India just to make sure that that express distribution can happen, right? So in terms of that, the logistics parks that we have, these are the cross-dock facilities that we have created, and it operates on quicker turnaround of the vehicles, right? So the consignments that come in our cross-dock logistics parks are meant to quickly depart from there. So whatever the activity has to happen in terms of segregation, and these are done in a very organized fashion. So when it comes to efficiency, this is the efficient network that we have built in. When it comes to greener logistics, and of course we'll talk deeper
Shweta,
into
on
that.
greener logistics, I'll come on to that part. I think that's very good to know of your efficiency. Rudra, can you please introduce your business a little bit and what you are exactly doing in the engineering part, the container business that you do?
So basically, we have been in the manufacturing of shipping containers since the last 3 decades. Fortunately, unfortunately, it's not been the most burgeoning industry. It's not really grown into where. Well, it is burgeoning again now.
Yeah, to me it was like there's always a long waiting list of containers.
Right, and we set up a joint venture with Hyundai to manufacture containers in India around '93, and set up a 20,000 TEU plant in Chennai. And obviously, it's fairly well aware that China just went past anyone and everyone in this field of container manufacturing today, dominating over 95% of the world's containers are manufactured in China. But I think there's been a slight second wind to this industry a little bit ever since the global pandemic, which we all were fortunate or unfortunate to participate in, not by much choice, which led to, and again, everyone is aware, there was a shortage of containers because ports were shut, global logistics got very badly disrupted, and there was a call to, again, push container manufacturing in India. We're one of the old horses in this game. And so that's where we are right now. So
honestly, for me, this is a revealing fact that you have been in this industry for 3 decades. I didn't know this. So
so it's interesting.
It's really interesting. And when you talk of pandemic, one thing that I very specifically know, we have a logistics park called Omkran Logistics Park in Ghaziabad, and the 22nd of March the lockdown was announced.
Right.
And 30th of March we were allowed to operate. When we are talking about of logistics, when we talk of Viksit Bharat 2047, Amrit Kal, So logistics is one industry which would form the backbone of this entire Viksit Bharat when we are talking of.
Right.
So maybe it's just behind the scene, not seen, we don't see it very often. Of course, in all these seminars, because we are from the industry, we are talking about it. But outside, when you go and when you ask someone that this bottle that you get it from the shop, how did you get it? I mean, they have no idea that what's running behind. That a package of delight that is delivered at your home, how it is coming, or something that you send from point A to, of course, a gift to US. Yeah.
Exchange at least 8 hands minimum before from the production line to actually get to. And you know, this really resonates with me, this point of Viksit Bharat and logistics. I mean, without this infrastructure, we can stop dreaming today itself. That being said, I think a lot of work is happening to push the logistics infrastructure to a greater level. I mean, I think Safe Express feels it the most when a road is not constructed properly, or there's too much of deviation between point A and point B just because of the way the erstwhile infrastructure was set up. And the dependency on that infrastructure finally, right? And you're coming to this timeline of 8 blinks and a dispatch is done, right? And that's, you know, great statistics, but the aim would be to come to 4 blinks. And
exactly, I mean, that's what, I mean, like 10 minutes delivery has become a norm in almost all the major centers. To me, it is still insane, but still, this is what the new reality is. When we talk of 10 minutes delivery, I mean, me, somebody in their early 50s, to me is like, why do we really want 10 minutes delivery? But really, that's what it is happening. So let's accept it. That's what the norm in logistics is. And now when we are talking of Viksit Bharat, I just want to understand what do you understand by Logistics 4.0? For me, this was something very interesting. Industry 4.0, Logistics 4.0. Shweta, over to you. What do you understand by Logistics 4.0?
So when we're talking about Logistics 4.0, we are talking about
maybe what is Logistics 4.0 for you and your company? Yeah.
For our company, it means, see, when it comes to Viksit Bharat, and we're talking about Viksit Bharat in 2047, you know, logistics being the backbone of this particular, I would say, the economy of the country, it has to fully support the economic activities that are happening, right? So whatever is moving from point A to point B, logistics sector supports that as a backbone. And the kind of efficiency, the kind of competitiveness we want in our industry, the kind of cost efficiency, the kind of technology infusion that we want in this industry. For us, Logistics 4.0 means that we have to be there, we have to be future ready as the country demands it. We have to be future ready in terms of the economic growth, and how can Safe Express support this economic growth in line with what the government is envisioning, right? So whether it is you know, any initiative that the government would have, whether it is digitization or it is Atmanirbhar Bharat, in which we need to support the Make in India, right? And all these MSMEs, we have such kind of you know, processes for them, so that we can support all these MSMEs, take their product pan-India, right? So this is the level of engagement that we have here. And as you rightly said that, you know, 8 blinks have to be reduced to 4 blinks. Yes, of course. Every single day we are adding more routes, we are adding this infrastructure to make sure that we become so fast that it reduces down to further 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. And you know, because there is a heavy dependence on road logistics, you know, all these challenges that we have to be overcome to reduce the logistics cost as well. And this is what, you know, the previous panels have already discussed, right? And this is what we are aligned with.
Interesting. So, Rudra, for you, I think it's more about nut and bolt and heavy machinery and heavy weightlifting. So, if you say of Logistics 4.0, what changes that you envisage, and I mean, just doing a kind of a crystal ball gazing, or maybe the initiatives that you're taking in your company?
I mean, I think people mistake that, you know, manufacturing companies don't have any logistics challenges, and we actually have a lot, because we rely on logistics for the raw material to begin with, or even for, let's say, so simple as attending a business development meeting in Bombay tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
I rely on logistics to make these things happen, right? And different departments have their own nuances where logistics comes into play, and obviously different factories, different products. I think the biggest, and taking a more of a, let's say, philosophical view on Industry 4.0 or Logistics 4.0, they all tie in together, right? Like 4.0 is, if it's not across the board, then it's not going to fit. I think one of the biggest things that I took away from this, and again, I am an absolute junior when it comes to all this stuff, is that just in time is archaic. If you're planning just in time, you're already late. Industry 4.0, Logistics 4.0 is pushing you to adopt certain tools. I am unfortunately going to say AI as an example, but it is pushing you in the correct way, in a positive way, to start a preventive thought process than a deducive or, let's say, surgical thought process. When I'm planning a run of manufacturing, right? Like let's talk about containers for a second. Up till Industry 2.0, it's just in time, right? Like my raw materials need to arrive just in time, so my cash flow doesn't take too much of a hit, and it arrives just in time that the previous order is executed and the lines are cleared to manufacture the next. So my, let's say, commercial department or the supply chain team has to work just in time. In Industry 4.0, I should already be able to execute just in time, just becomes 50% of the job. But how to use AI in the form of, let's say, calculating how much steel will be required at this point to give me so many containers if my input is at such a level and my output is at such a level, and give me those calculations. So I think training our teams to adopt, and training, I don't mean like, sitting them into a lecture hall and giving them a lecture, but letting them come up to various iterations of their own errors and adopting Industry 4.0 and then, moving into Logistics 4.0. That's where we as a philosophy are looking at Industry 4.0 in the DCM group.
Interesting. So I'll take this conversation ahead with you, Rudra. You mentioned about no more deducive, you said more about predictive and preventive, which are forward looking. By integrating AI into the existing systems, we are like, and you also talked about skilling. So of course you need to upskill people, reskill people, and get fresh blood into the business if you need to lead those initiatives. So what you at Shriram Group and specifically with your ventures that you're directly in charge of, what are you doing to upskill or reskill or get
So
the, yeah.
I think first is, I think you have to first identify where the aptitude lies, whether one can be upskilled. I mean, it's a very unemotional conversation. Some people, and at various points of the hierarchies may just not be able to adopt this. So you have to identify. As I said, you can't just throw people into a boardroom and put on a module and teach them, Acha, this has to happen from tomorrow onwards. I think first identifying whether the aptitude is there to upskill or to reskill. And I think the upskilling and the reskilling has to have certain cultural connection. The way that an AI upskill is done in Europe may absolutely not apply to a way an AI upskill. Let's just talk about something simple as generative AI, which is, okay, not simple, but it's become most UI UX friendly, whether it's ChatGPT, etc. Just to, let's say, upskill for generative AI, you have to put it to a local cultural context, the way the upskilling is done. So identifying the upskilling partner, and I don't mean you have to outsource it. You may have someone in your own team who's fairly tech savvy and can do this. So I think it starts from there. You have to start letting, it's like when you're introducing a new food group to a child.
Yeah.
You have to let them, touch, feel, make the errors before they, you kind of push the whole, let's say, morsel in front of them. I think more and more as you get into AI, and the previous panel was also talking about how predictive, and like 200 kilometers, you need to have this, and at 200 kilometers you start. I'll give you an example. I drove from, my dad has an EV, and we decided to drive from Delhi to Ajmer. This is about a year back. And yeah, the Audi app had all this is the stops, and you can charge your car here and do all these things. I said, yeah, it's fine. The range is 500 written, about 350, 355 kilometers you get in one single charge. Maintaining the speed limit, obviously.
Yeah.
And we decided to charge on the way, and till Jaipur there's no problem. The second you start hitting Ajmer, this is where that problem comes in. So theoretically, yes, and I come back to the point of upskilling.
Yeah.
Theoretically, upskilling, reskilling is possible, but you have to see how does it practically work for you. Also, every industry does not require, or every service in logistics does not require a complete upskill into Industry 4.0.
Definitely. I mean, I'm like not in complete agreement with what you say, but a bit of agreement is certainly there.
Right.
So I think I'll move on to Shweta to have a perspective. I believe, Shweta, you have an HR background as well, right?
Yes.
So maybe you have been very straight, and I think you were like holding the horse directly from its train, and you say, okay, this is how it has to move. And probably Shweta would try to build in more human angle, probably, if you have those.
Of course, yes, because logistics is very human intense, right? And we have all levels of people here, right from the entry level, who are the loaders and the unloaders, to the level which is middle level leadership, to the level that is the senior level leadership, right? And there are different domains in which these people have to be trained into. And primarily, when we are saying that you have to be future ready, of course, your technological advancement would be directly proportional to how you're developing the capability of your teams, right, to handle those technological advancements, right? So are we thinking about the future of where we want to go? Say, for example, 2030, what is it and how is it that we are looking our people to be, right? And how are we growing? And I like the aspect that Rudraji have brought up, which is about the cultural context, right? And of course, there has to be cultural context, and you need to look at, what is the cadre of people that you are training, right? And this is a very important aspect, and we realized this way back when we initiated this 2013, when we 2003, when we had this Safe Educate. So this is basically a training and skilling, a premier institute in that. And right now what it is doing is it has tied up with the various state governments. It's running its NSDC approved project.
Do you have a campus of this Safe Educate?
Yes, we do have. We have our corporate office, and then they have the retail centers all across India. And they are skilling the youth of the country. They're making them employable. Until now they have skilled around more than 1 lakh people, and not just skill them, but also made them employable, right? Imparting them industry relevant skills. And they are not just absorbed in Safe Express, they're absorbed all across in the logistics sector. Because we all understand that, logistics, the kind of level that we want in logistics would depend on the kind of people that are coming in, right? And if you have unskilled people, you actually invest in training the people, and by the time they are about to give returns, they just move on, because that's the entry-level people, and that's where we have maximum attrition. So we thought that why can't we address that skill gap, and we created this arm. And what this arm is doing is working on those PMKYK projects, DDU-GKY projects, the government projects that are picking up, and the government is doing their bit, and we are doing our bit to make sure that awareness about logistics and that skilling that is required in logistics is important. And we understand this, and who else would know better than me, because I'm heading strategy at Safe Express. So we are looking at all the aspects that will take us to where we want to go in 2030, whether it is learning and development, or it is research, or it is analytics of how the data that you are capturing at every data point, right? How you're not just capturing it. See, the technology will enable the capturing part of it, but will not give you the the intelligence. So that intelligence have to be derived as to what this data means for us, right? And specific actions you need to take. Then talking about innovative projects that you have. So there is new thing that is coming up. Maybe ESG is not new, but ESG in itself is a compliance that requires a lot of procedures, a lot of things, right? So we've taken up that, and of course the new things that will come up, we will keep adding that. So it's like how you're preparing yourself, your company, by continuously training them and upskilling them about what is coming new. And it's not like dhakka maar start ki bhi ab aaya hai and you have to do it, and you're pushing yourself and you will reach nowhere. How can you build agile organization? And this agility will only come when you are communicating well, you are training your people well, and it goes down the line to the people who actually have to execute things at the ground level, right? And this is how we have been able to maintain that in our organization.
Interesting. I understand that you've. Yeah, I think.
So,
please.
Just building on what Shwetaji had said over here is that I think upskilling is one word, but I think multi-skilling is something that is highly required in today's day and age. In the context of Industry 4.0, and again, any industry, logistics, warehousing, manufacturing, multi-skilling will give you that option of hitting those targets in a much more competitive and fierce environment.
Definitely, I think multi-skilling is the need of the hour. And who better than I, because I qualified as a chartered accountant and now mostly operating in logistics space. So in between I dabbled with distribution also. So I know, being multi-skiller, or maybe when you work through different domains, it's always very interesting, it's always enriching. The past experience adds to the new one. So that's how I have seen it. Rudra, you run a manufacturing company, and I believe who else than you to tell us that what are the constraints that you see in achieving this Viksit Bharat goal, which is like from developing India to developed India by 2047? What are the kind of benefits or incentives that you would see that should come forward so that this could be achieved? See, we have set an ambitious target of 5 trillion economy, which seems like achievable. Of course, we may have to push a deadline by some time, I don't know. But of course, that seems quite achievable. But what about the Viksit Bharat thing?
See, I think we need to come down to the basics and the grassroots over here. And I'll keep my comments, we can have like a 5-hour chat on this. This is like a never-ending topic. I think the ground reality is the logistics infrastructure by the end of it. Whether it's the ports, whether it's the roads, whether it's the dedicated freight corridors, whether it's the container manufacturing, whether it is the movement of containers to the various, let's say, loading areas, the warehouses, etc. If we have to aim for Viksit Bharat to a long extent from the logistics perspective, this needs to become seamless. Multimodal has to become seamless. It cannot have, because as we say that to reach that 5 trillion target, you have to have your goods moving and flowing fast enough. And it is happening. Let's say 2 years ago, or just after the pandemic, to move a container from, let's say Mundra, after it's cleared everything, to Delhi, by road would take somewhere between 3 to 5 days. Today, within 2 nights, 48 hours, your container is docked at wherever in the NCR area you want it. So it is happening, but is that fast enough? When does that come down to 24 hours? And what is required? It just comes down to the infrastructure. It's the main single most point for the beginning of the movement.
So infrastructure, you also see a bottleneck. You're linking
I see a bottleneck more around, let's say, metro city diversion infrastructure. Now you have the western peripheral roads, but that's only Delhi, or the eastern and the western peripheral roads, but that's only Delhi, right? There are so many other medium to small towns that you're crossing, which don't have certain amount of bypasses, where the flyovers are still, stuck in some dispute, and that one flyover, which, if you did Delhi-Jaipur a lot on NH48, there was that one flyover around Pauta, I think so. it's still today also not been completed, and you could easily put aside an hour and a half of let's say wait just on that. And for logistics and someone like Safe Express or anyone who's in the service side of this, that time is pure cash. That's pure money. It's just it's just being wasted over there, and that's at no fault of theirs or ours who are giving or making the containers for them. For us, and I think of this very, very selfishly, is that logistics starts with containers. In India, it's not there yet, but globally, whether you're even moving between two cities in, let's say, I hate using the US as an example, so I'm going to use Europe over here, but if I'm moving even let's say LCL, less than a full container load from Paris to Amsterdam, it's definitely getting loaded into a container. That container is definitely going into back of a truck or a train and or onto a bogie, and it is moving towards the ICD over there, right? Over here we still have those fixed, what do you call them, the fixed trucks, 22 feet, 24 feet. Our logistics is very unique, but in a positive way, right? Our container manufacturing in India, for the Indian, let's say, domestic requirement, whether it is the container train operators, whether it is larger operators, there are very unique sizes in India because our wagons allow that. Our wagons can take containers up to 42 feet on a single. So to maximize that now, for example, right now we're just going to start an order for Concor, where we actually manufacture 42 feet long containers. Global standard for containers is 40 feet.
Yeah.
So the idea is that we have a unique, but we should play on that unique part. Yes, you can work on standardizing and saying, no, we have to follow the global norms. But realistically, that's not possible in India. Certain, let's say, historical ways of logistics moving over here has always required certain unique solutions. And while we keep on taking on certain global norms to, tie in the whole multimodal to an international level, on our domestic movement itself, till those grassroots issues aren't really, let's say, sorted out, you're going to have these issues, because then you have the grassroots issues of the, let's say, infrastructure getting better, but will it reach up in time to execute, Viksit Bharat by 2047? And secondly, you have a unique nature of logistics moving in India. You've seen your warehouses also, you say Euro pallet, everything should be Euro pallet. But one random customer is going to say, oh, listen, we have our own little unique Euro-and-a-half pallet.
Yeah, that case I've seen quite often, and in fact, palletization of the load is a trend which is I can see now. I mean, now companies are talking of rackings and palletization, especially in northern part of India. West it has been, south has been fairly advanced with automotive. East the infrastructure is still developing, but north there was no palletized load. I have almost all good companies working with us, the leading multinationals, and they were still stacking their load one over another, not using the pallet. And in fact, at many a times they were exceeding their global norms. But again, that's what I think what happens inside the box. You don't talk about it outside. But yeah, the palletization is now happening. The people are talking of racking. They are involving more forklifts into the operations. They are involving more machines. They are now talking of flat floors. They are now talking of AGVs. So the last 1.5 years, I have seen the transition happening faster rather than the last 15 years. So what I saw in 15 years is changing in last 1.5 years. So probably it is the same logic what is in computer chips and the processing power that it falls down, it goes up exponentially. The same way the transition would happen. So one last point with you, Shweta, about the green initiatives you are taking. See, logistics as such is seen as a sector which is carbon hungry, consuming lots of fuel, lots of energy, have lots of resource. So what as a company you are consciously doing, and what you want to do as a movement, because you see our Prime Minister committed to go carbon zero by 2070. So if we have to achieve that, we need to start it now. I mean, we should have started doing it a few years back, but we have to start. So can you please talk about those?
So India has pledged to be net zero by 2070, and Safe Express has pledged to be net zero by 2047. That's the same year that the government has said that we will become a Viksit Bharat, right? So we are working towards it, and we understand our responsibility as a logistics service provider, and we understand the pretty nature of this industry, that we are so much dependent on road logistics. And this is something that you will understand, the level of transportation that we do. We travel 15 lakh kilometers in a single day, and that pretty much is the distance 2 times round trips from Earth to Moon, right? So this is what we travel every single day, and just imagine the kind of carbon footprints it is generating, right? And we understand we are a responsible organization, and what we are doing here is we started this journey since the inception. So you might say that ESG has come in now, and how can you start it right from the inception? It actually stems out from the value system that you have, and as an organization we've already realized this, and we have been doing our bit in terms of how can we be energy efficient. And this is a story that we started way back 28 years back, 1997, and since then whatever we are doing, we are making sure that energy efficiency is there. And since we have our logistics park and network all across India, we understand the communities that working around need to be supported with, and we were doing that bit there. And of course skilling bit I already covered through Safe Educate. We have been doing this, and also about the heroes, unsung heroes of the industry, which are the driver community. And we were doing our bit to make sure that their health is being checked. And so we have this also a comfortable book that we have crafted, which showcases the lives of the drivers of the country, drivers that are the unsung heroes of this industry, and we tried to uplift their social status in the society. So all of this, but the entire paradigm changed when the ESG concept came in. So that made us realize that whatever we are doing, we have to make sure that we go that way, because as a legal mandate, this is not a compliance norm from the government, but we do understand that we are a responsible organization and we need to be prepared for it. So right from 22-23 financial year, we have been inventorizing the carbon footprints that we are generating, and I don't know whether this is a remarkable figure or no, but taking 22-23 as a base year, so we did this analysis for 24-25. So we've been able to reduce our carbon footprints by 14.2%. Right, so and we are moving towards it. So, but we all need to understand it's not just the environmental aspect, the social aspect, and the governance aspect. In the environmental aspect, the whole ecosystem has to evolve, right? And especially the middle mile, we don't have those kind of trucks that can support long haul routes, right? And please understand this from an express distribution perspective, because speed here holds a lot of importance. So if you are breaking that journey and saying that, you know, every 300 kilometers you stop over to charge your vehicle, and that too for about 1 to 2 hours, it is not practical enough for us, because this will add to the delay, and this delay will actually translate into making the products really non-competitive in the market, right? Because then they have to compromise with the speed, right? So we have to see how this entire ecosystem evolves to that level, and we understood this. It's not that we are not doing our bit. In the first mile and the last mile, wherever it is possible, we've already gone through that pilot runs of you know, how we can electrify our trucks, and for that matter, not just the EVs, but maybe greener technologies like hydrogen will come in, and we are very much prepared for it. However, in the middle mile, we have taken a phased journey, wherein we've already, you know, working with SFC Smart Freight Center, which is again working with the Niti Aayog, and for the electrification of the trucks and the zero emission trucking. And so we have done this test run on Delhi-Jaipur route, wherein it's 350 kilometers, and we understood all the challenges that are involved in working towards it. So gradually we will move to that level, but that will also, mean that the entire ecosystem of maybe the charging infrastructure need to be in place, right? So this on the environmental front, and of course the social and the governance front, we are ISO 9001, 27001, which is on information security, 14001, which is environmental management systems, and of course the 45001, which is occupational health and occupational health and safety. So all these ISOs we are certified with. We are a great place to work, and we are making sure that all our contractual agreements with our partners incorporate these green norms, so that we can go that way towards getting net zero by 2047. We're keeping our fingers crossed.
That's very interesting. Yeah. That's good to know. But again, like I basically represent warehousing industry, the Association of Warehouse Developers. So do you have a preference when you're choosing a warehouse which is, say, a greener warehouse where there is more natural lighting, where there is insulation, where there is what should I say? Yeah.
Yeah, I missed that bit, but we have around 86 logistics parks, and these are huge logistics parks. And these are built to suit us, right? And the ceilings are such that you won't believe that during the daytime we don't use any external lighting, right? So we use the daylight in the daytime, right? And the roofings and the walls are made in such a manner that anytime the outside and the inside temperature, there is a difference, there will be a difference of 5 degrees Celsius. That means the temperature is ambient inside for the people who are working inside. So minimum use of electricity. Then our logistics park have rainwater harvesting systems, right? So we are into that. We have sewage treatment plants, so we reuse the water. Right, so all these initiatives are already in place to make sure that we are very much.
So it does make a difference, the warehouses green.
Of course, yes. Of course,
that's interesting to know. Thank you. So Rudra, coming to you, I would like to understand your take and the initiatives that you have taken in the sustainability, especially conserving on resources and saving the planet for the next generation, as we say. And one more thing, probably, if you want to answer, see, you are a 5th generation entrepreneur. For me, it's like we are 3 generations into the business, and I often see a conflict between the 3rd generation and the 1st generation when it comes to ESG and when it comes to all these conservation things, and which are of course costly when you're doing it the first time. So if you see it, how do you manage it, if you want to talk about it?
So, Amitji, I mean, something in the family or in the DCM group is that we believe in conscious capitalism. I think in our case, if you're working on, let's say, with European partners, I don't think ESG is an option. It is it's a non-negotiable.
Yeah, of course.
So, I don't think 1st generation and 3rd generation can really fight about this, because you need the business to continue. And I think more and more, if one stops looking at it as a cost, but as an investment, it reaps a lot more positive, let's say, responses across the various generations, whether it is boomer, millennial, Gen Z, whichever it is. Yes, it is a cost in terms of your balance sheet taking a hit, but across our diversified industry, I don't think there's no thought behind this at all. It's a very clear mandate. We're almost on a weekly to monthly basis reviewing our various units in their own different fields, what they're doing, and with their capabilities and capacities, what they're doing in meeting the ESG norms, and not only meeting, but always working to exceed them. Obviously, again, it comes down to there are certain practical points where, as Shwetaji had said, that you have to phase these projects out. We'll all love for every chemical plant to become a circular economy when it comes to the effluents that are being produced or regenerated. but it takes time to get to that level. Particularly in container manufacturing, there are talks and there is movement towards using green steel to make containers. But I think we first need to have the steel manufacturers on board to even be making that much green steel that we can start churning containers out. But that's definitely on an R&D front. On the other hand, one of the bigger places where containers are being used is in the renewable energy sector. The battery energy storage containers are definitely picking up. We all know about the various large battery parks that have been, and battery farms that have been, let's say, sanctioned or in movement in Gujarat and other parts of the country and all over the world actually. And containers play a really big role in those, because when those containers are fitted with the batteries, the containers are built in a way that they just follow normal multimodal norms. The containers are just, it's a battery, it's like a really, really large power bank. But then the containers are manufactured in a way to take on the loads of having that kind of.
So are they different from the regular containers, or they just?
Oh, they're very different. They just have the same dimensions.
Okay.
Because dimensionally they need to comply to what a normal standard ISO container would, but inside it's like a rocket ship.
Wow.
So yeah, and that's becoming a very simple, let's say, replacement for UPSs and gensets in a very large way.
That's a very huge market. I never thought about
it. It is, and as Shwetaji said, that in their walk towards, let's say, electrification, battery energy storage containers also play a role in large EV fleets for charging stations, and they become like, as in the previous conversation, they actually become like a holding point between the solar energy you harness and when the batteries actually have to be charged. Otherwise, you harness the energy and you're not readily using it or moving it to the grid, it gets wasted. So the batteries become like it becomes like a battery bank, a very large battery bank.
I think this battery energy storage is going to become very big, because yesterday I was with a solar expert, and he made a very revealing thing to me. He said that, Amit, whatever green energy that we produces, 1x can be pumped into the grid and 2x cannot be pumped into the grid.
That is wasted.
So I was like kind of shocked. I said, really? He said, yes, that's what the stand today is, and the kind of green energy that's coming. So I think this BESS, the battery energy storage systems, would be a very big, would be a sector in itself, I believe.
So we are the largest BESS container manufacturers in India, and the technology is still maturing.
Okay.
In terms of the capacity of what the maxed out capacity will be, as the battery management systems and other parts of the industry are maturing in their own rights. So yeah, I think containers will again have a very large role to play in an ESG domain in terms of renewable energy, for sure. And you can further, let's say, catapult that if green steel can be used to make those containers for battery energy storage. A little bit futuristic, but it's definitely a vision to have for this, for sure.
Green steel and green cement, that also I'm hearing quite often nowadays. So whenever large multinationals, especially from Scandinavia, if they want to set up a plant in India, they always talk of green steel and green cement. So that's something which is catching up again, I mean, and because they have their global norms, and these have to be followed in India. So
it's simple, right? If you want to work with them, you have to
fall in line.
So I think all generations fall into line when these happen.
Yeah, definitely. So before we wind up this session, maybe Rudra, one or two things that you want to talk about building a resilient, efficient supply chain. To sum up the session, let's put it like this.
To sum up the session, I think it just comes down to our infrastructure. I've been blessed to able to travel to various countries across the world and not study, let's say, the logistics the way Shwetaji would if she's traveling there for some work. But I've managed to witness how, efficiency ties in with their infrastructure. And I think that's something that is just a concern as we move towards a Viksit Bharat in 2047. So more and more push on removing diversions and creating as displaced straight up lines for the logistics movement.
I think infrastructure that you pointed out, so a lot of activity is happening and a lot more would happen. And the pace at that which India grows. There was one very famous book, I forgot the name, it was some PNG CEO, he read The India Grows by Night, something like that he said in that book. Guru, I'm forgetting, but that's how India grows by night. My friends come from Europe, and when I go to Europe, things don't change. I'm visiting one place in Belgium specifically for the last 20 years. It's the same. The only thing I changed, this shop has closed and another shop has come up. Probably that's the only change that I see.
But the infrastructure is the same.
Yeah, absolutely. But when I look at India or when they come in Delhi, and in fact, if I come back after 3 or 4 weeks, probably a new road has opened. That's what the stand today is. A new road have opened which can like cut your time by 3 minutes. So yes, Shweta, your last take. How would you like to sum up today's discussion or the entire session?
Great. So I think it's pretty interesting that we are in India, and India being India is such an incredible country that we can say we have 36 different countries operating in one country. So it's a continent in itself, because not by the virtue of the diversity that we have, but the diverse topography, the kind of challenges that we have. It's so much that India will have a different strategy to go there. Right? Resilience here would mean how much standardization can we bring in? And I would say standardization in terms of everything, right? Whether it's standardization of processes, because the whole journey from the unorganized to organized means standardization, right? Standardization of packaging, maybe unitization of loads, because that's the biggest challenge right now that we have, which is standardization of loads. Odd size consignment, and that small sized, and the kind of packaging it has. Agar wo railway mein jana hai, to it will be all packed like so robust that it shouldn't damage. But if it is going to a logistics service provider, it will be as flimsy as that. It is already broken. How transit worthy is it? Right? So of course standardization is important, and at the pace that we are trying to grow our country, and the pace at which India is already going, is the third largest economy of the world, and very soon we are looking at the pace at which it will grow. Fourth largest?
Yeah, but I think very soon we would be.
Will be third largest,
yeah.
Right? So at this pace at which we are growing, I think the logistics has to grow at that level. And resilience can only come as what topics we have touched base upon. One is, of course, the technology. The second is the skilling, and the technology, skilling, and how much sustainable can we become. And all three have to go together, hand in hand. Anything should not cut anything else. Like sustainability at a pace where we can achieve that growth. It should not become as an impediment to growth. Right? So how can we take all of these three things together and make a resilient country, and resilient organizations will make resilient country, and we can go to that phase where we can say we are really Viksit Bharat by 2047. Thank you.
Indeed, Shweta, I think you summed up it quite well. I hardly have any more words to add to them, and you very beautifully brought about the integration of technology with skilling, with sustainability. So I thank you, my fellow panelists, and it has been a. There is a Q&A as well.
If you wish, we'll take a couple of questions.
Sure, please.
Sir, I have a question with both Shweta as well as Sir Sriram. Sir Sriram se to मैं कहूँगा sir, I have been associated with Shriram Food and Fertilizer DCM Chemicals in 1981. And that time Mr. J.P. Kapoor was senior general manager, and Lala Bansidhar was looking after all this one supervision part. And in the Diwali festival, we used to see enjoy like anything, Lala Bharatram, Charitaram, everybody will participate in. Say, a life event for my life. I tell you, I have been associated with them. And the question is, you told that I was going with Audi and Jaipur and then Ajmer, then something went wrong. What? You did not explain that.
Okay, I think I didn't complete that. I apologize. So, you know, my point over there was between the theoretical and practical, right? Like, you can have the EV stations, but are they actually working? Right? It's not just about having the rest stop and creating the diversion, but are those working? Now, also, what chargers are those? One more step ahead. There's a fast charger, there's a super fast charger, there's a normal charger. If the super fast chargers was not working, then your basically trip ends at Jaipur only. आप अजमेर नहीं पहुंच रहे हो. आपको फिर वहाँ पे शताब्दी पकड़नी पड़ेगी अगले दिन के लिए अजमेर आने के लिए, right? So it's not just about creating the first level of the infrastructure, but to ensure it time and again that it's actually working. The maintenance cycle. So point was preventive and predictive over just in time.
Yeah.
Now, if the fast charger was broken and there is no preventive that, let's say, let me give an example. Today, I have an HVAC system from China in one of my plants. The HVAC system manufacturer in China sent us a mail saying, sir, your system is showing a fault. It will show a fault. So it's preventive. There is ways to do this, and that is how you reach Industry 4.0. So if I can't charge that car at 350 kilometers, my trip ends at the charging port is there. But who is checking that it is?
Yeah, it is readily available.
Right, and you're expecting someone like Safe Express to move completely onto EV, but if they have to rely on those same charging ports, then it's not 8 blinks, it's a full night's sleep before the next truck is departing.
सर वो तो कह लीजिए वो अनफॉर्चुनेट इवेंट हो गया, अदरवाइज उस टाइम ही DCM जो इंडस्ट्री 4.0 था पूरे नॉर्दर्न में, दैट वाज द वन ऑफ द स्टेट ऑफ आर्ट टेक्नोलॉजी इंडस्ट्री एट दैट टाइम, वेदर इट्स ए वनस्पति और इट्स ए क्लोरीन गैस और एल्कली एंड फर्टिलाइजर.
सर योर सेकंड क्वेश्चन.
हाँ, नाउ श्वेता मैम, आपने बोला फ्रेट, मतलब बल्कि पूरे सेशन में ही बात हुआ कि 75% कॉस्ट जो है ना वो फ्रेट में आता है वाइल डूइंग लॉजिस्टिक.
Okay.
तो मेरा कहना ये था कि आजकल जो है बात हो रहा है, क्या आपने इम्प्लीमेंट किया है LNG और CNG ट्रक्स का?
Definitely. And this is not by your choice.
By reducing the cost also.
Reducing cost. So you mean to say that what is the impact of shifting? See, Abhi, it's too early to say anything because unless the ecosystem matures, you can't really bring out what is the impact of that cost. Wherever we are doing CNG and LNG, of course, we are, of course, the CNG and the LNG. Cost the cost that we save here,
I think
the overall cost actually is not something that you can.
LNG, CNG, diesel, petrol are now part of a fuel basket of EV of all manufacturers. All service providers. Whether it is Safe Express, DTDC, DHL, whosoever is running a fleet, they have a mix of vehicles based on the city conditions. And because I have few I have a cigarette company as one of the customers. Their mandate is that their goods have to go by an EV only. So the service provider sends an EV to send their goods. And probably their neighbor who's another company, they don't mind it. So for them a diesel truck would come. So as a service provider, they have their own mix, and probably, I'm not sure if you can comment on that none of the service provider are individually finding out which is more viable than the other.
No, not at that moment. At this moment, specifically because it is not mature to that level wherein we're talking about
it's very, very tedious to do that.
All vehicles to be on the same fuel.
Sir, can we have the second question, please?
So thank you very much for this very educative and informative session, and both of you really gave us a lot of insight.
Thank you.
And really appreciate. I am B.K. Mehrotra. I am Director General for Air Cargo Forum India. We are the biggest association of air cargo stakeholders, and we also do a lot of skilling and that too we are just doing online training for base level and particularly blue collar jobs. We are training people, and without any cost we do online training. So just wanted to add that in the logistics sector we are also contributing in our own manner, so that the industry gets some kind of a ready-made employee who is well aware. And in air cargo, you cannot compromise with safety and security.
That's a
The
great
point I'm making for Shri Ramji is that you have introduced containers. I think you are the pioneer in this field. Also, please think of refrigerated containers. They are big in demand. You can, I will say, you can, interface it with the refrigerated containers are required by pharma, by medicines manufacturer, vaccine manufacturer. So there you can do a lot of.
I really appreciate that thought. Trust me, it goes through my mind every day. It's just the economies of scale. You say there's demand, but how many TEU, how many 20-foot equivalent does that demand translate into? Let me give you an example of, let's put aside refrigerated. Point is noted. Trust me, it is a daily concept. Because just so you know, a refrigerated container cannot be made in the same factory as a normal container.
Yeah.
It is a completely separate factory. The commonalities are only 40%. Otherwise, it's a totally separate process. In fact, a couple of weeks back, I had the pleasure of visiting Maersk's container manufacturing plant in Qingdao in China, where they manufacture their own refrigerated containers, MCI. And they make a 40-foot refrigerated container every 8 minutes. One 40-foot container. And just the scale. So let's just set that aside for a second. We are still struggling to identify what is the actual demand for standard containers in India. So, you have to learn to crawl before you can walk or run or fly. Refrigerated containers is definitely flying. So, I think first our aim is to, and not only mine, but like the fellow industry members we have. Yesterday we were working on a joint project with the National Shipping Board, the Railway Ministry is also involved. First we have to identify what is the capacity for what India actually requires on an annual basis, right? As per the Phdcci movement, by 2030, I think we want to move 50% of our road cargo to rail. I think that's the number. For every 2% of that movement, you require 17,000 containers, 20-foot containers. So we only have 5 years left to hit that.
Just
right?
keep in mind for future, because
Absolutely.
I remember when I was working in Bombay, and a lot of farmers used to come via Bombay to Hyderabad,
Right.
and they used to bring refrigerated trucks, and it's still they are doing truck.
Right.
So instead of trucks, now even in air, refrigerated containers have come. There are agencies who are manufacturing environtainer. I will name.
So this is the biggest problem, right? This is the biggest problem, that if you want an industry like that to be set up in India, first restrict the imports. If today, let's say Concor or other, let's say logistics companies of that scale stopped buying containers from China in toto, and that complete demand moved to India automatically, again, we're talking about really, ceteris paribus points, it automatically sets an industry into motion. Yeah. Same for reefers. The problem is today, we do a little bit of trading of containers as well. We know the condition of the reefers that are in India. They're the last leg of the last leg of the last leg.
Yeah,
if that reefer is supposed to, when it was manufactured in 2008, was supposed to operate at minus 24 degrees, right? By the time it reaches India, its capability is minus 18 degrees. And unfortunately, minus 18 has become the norm in India now. Because we're getting the second hand or the third hand or the fourth hand of the reefer. So if you let's say, if one looks at it very, let's say, theoretically, if you stop that import completely, you create the demand where one can actually go out and I'll set up a plant tomorrow if I have a demand. There is an MOQ required. There's an order book required to do it. If a pharma company would give me the order book, then let's talk.
I think you can take this question,
No,
this
it's fine,
conversation
it's fine.
further
Let me
during
just
tea.
finish. Let me just finish. Point is absolutely noted. But something is required to set that ball in motion.
Then of course, we'll have to talk to the pharma companies,
Right.
those
Right.
who can generate the demand.
Food, warehousing,
we'll tell you
cold
the
logistics,
requirement
yeah.
and then how it has to go about.
Yeah.
Just sharing my thought.
Definitely, can
because
connect
you have,
later on this point
You
for
have
sure.
been pioneer in this field, so why not be pioneer in the other
Thank you.
dimension?
We can discuss that later as well.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
And great listening to you both.
Please give a round of applause to our speakers on stage. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing your expertise with the audience. I would request Aprajita Mangotra to please come up on stage and present our speakers with mementos. We want to thank them for coming here and sharing their thoughts with the audience. I request you to please present a memento to our moderator, Mr. Amit Mittal, Founder Director, Route to Market, and Founder Director, Association of Warehouse Developers. A memento for Ms. Shweta Goela, Associate Vice President Strategy, Safe Express Private Limited. And a memento for Shri Rudra Shri Ram, Director, DCM Containers, DCM Hyundai Limited. I request all of you to gather for a group photograph. Thank you to our speakers for joining us and sharing their thoughts with the audience. I request you to take your places off the stage. We would like to thank our partners and associations who have supported today's conference. I would like to invite on stage Aprajita Mangotra and Kanika Goswami of Phdcci. We'd like to thank our partners and associations for their support to the event today. We would like to thank our presenting partner, Safe Express Private Limited. I request the team of Safe Express to please come up on stage to accept this memento from Phdcci. Request the Safe Express team to please come up on stage. I request all of you to please be seated for another 5-10 minutes and then you will have a chance to speak to everyone else. I request the entire Safe Express team to come up on stage. I request all of you to please remain seated. Please give a round of applause to the Safe Express team on stage. Thanks a lot for your support for today's conclave. Thank you. We would also like to thank our associate partners, and I would request the team members from our associate partners to please come up on stage to receive their mementos. Thank you to our associate partner DCM Containers, and I request the team from DCM Containers to please come up on stage to receive their memento. All right, and if we have some team members of Central Warehousing Corporation, if they are in the hall, and if they can come up on stage. I guess they are also not here. How about JK Tires and Industries Limited? Right, we'll move on to our association partners and thank them for their contribution. I would request the team of All India Transporters Welfare Association to please come up on stage to receive their memento. I request the team members of All India Transporters Welfare Association to come up on stage. Right, I think they are not present in the hall. I request the team members from the Association of Multimodal Transport Operators of India to please come up on stage. Thank you for your support. I will request the team members from Delhi Customs Brokers Association to please come up on stage. We want to thank the Association of Warehouse Developers. So I request the team to please come up on stage to receive the memento. They are our association partners. We also want to thank India Infrastructure Finance Company Limited, who has supported us. If we have representatives of IIFCL here, okay, I think they're not here. I would request the organizing team to please come up on stage for a group photograph. All those from Phdcci team are requested to please come up on stage for a group photograph. Please give a round of applause to the organizers. Thank you for your good work. Thank you all for your presence here. We want to thank our speakers for their precious time to come here and share their thoughts with all of us. We want to thank all our partners and the audience for their participation. Please do join us for a cup of tea.
Thank you, Anisha, for hosting the event so beautifully. Thank you, everyone. Please join us for tea outside.